Good evening. I want to assure everyone this is not a coup d'etat with me sitting here in this chair. The mayor is en route returning from an overseas trip, and he's not going to be able to join us at the beginning. He might be able to show up later, but we're not sure about that either. So we have an agenda, and we will proceed from there. We'll begin with a invocation by you, Tudor Foley, and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty God, we ask that you bless this council as they represent the people in this community of ours. Grant that they may have a spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice as they, with steadfast purpose, consider the needs and concerns of Pinehurst. We thank them for their time and their service. We ask that you bless each and every one in the faithful execution of their offices. In your holy name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, with liberty and justice.
Let us begin with reports, and I'll ask the village manager to start off.
All right, thank you, Pat. At this time, I think it's appropriate that we update the public on the status of the court case that we're involved in pertaining to Kevin Drum's allegations of open meetings law violations. We believed that Mr. Drum's allegations were made outside the applicable statute of limitations, and in an effort to minimize the time and expense related to putting those allegations behind us, we initially made that argument in court. The Superior Court agreed with us. The Appeals Court did not. So the underlying case was referred back to the Superior Court to handle. We firmly believe that the plain language of the law conclusively demonstrates that the matters that Mr. Drum objects to in his allegations are not violations of open meetings law. We feel so strongly about that our legal team filed a petition for 12C with the Superior Court a couple of weeks ago, again in an effort to put this matter behind us with minimal time and expense. In effect, what we asked for was for the court to assume that all the alleged facts in Mr. Drum's court filing were true, even though many of them were not, and for the court to make its findings based on those assumed facts. Our hearing took place on Monday. Immediately before the hearing began, Mr. Drum filed a request to drop 4 of his 5 allegations from the case. Those 4 were all of the allegations regarding to the September 20, 2021 closed session. That leaves only 1 allegation for the Superior Court to make findings on, and we are awaiting that outcome. This last allegation pertains to emails exchanged by 3 council members over a period of days. We are confident that we will prevail on this last point as well, given that the plain language of the law requires that in order to meet the definition of a public meeting, those communications would have to demonstrate simultaneous attendance. And those communications do not. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Morgan?
Thank you. Since our last meeting, we had a funeral for Mr. Leo Santawasso. And I know a lot of people from the village staff attended that. And there was a significant amount of people from our community that also attended it. But Mr. Santawasso was a traffic engineer by trade, had been serving down at Pinehurst, and did a lot for the Pinehurst community, and he'll be missed very much. But I just wanted to express the thanks for everyone who attended that, and just recognition for the service that this gentleman has provided for our village and how outstanding it was. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bosch.
Thank you, Pat. I have 3 things. Get my microphone set. On September 20th, I attended the Village Heritage Foundation. They awarded their historic plaques to 3 properties that have been beautifully restored. They are Idlewild Cottage, that's on Maple, Little House, that's on Carolina Vista, and While Away Cottage, that is on Shaw. It was a wonderful presentation, and they had really nice descriptions of the 3 properties. Second, I went to the Pinehurst Business Partners meeting last night at the Archives. Audrey did an amazing presentation on the history of Pinehurst, starting with Mr. Tufts and ending at golf. So she didn't even get into the golf part, but it was very well received, and there was good turnout at the meeting. Their next meeting will be October 23rd, and it's with where's Stuart Mills? He might know. The CARE Group, C-A-R-E. And I've been told they deal with literacy programs in Moore County, summer reading programs, and more. So that's Monday, October 23rd, I believe at 5:30 in Southern Pines. And the last, the Pinehurst Business Partners wanted everybody to be be reminded of the Holly Arts Festival. And that is Saturday, September 21st in the village from 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock. That's it.
Councilman Hein.
Hi there. I don't have much, of course, but I do want to thank the Reverend Tudor Foley today for that beautiful invocation, because we are going to need some help and guidance during these next meetings. Thank you very much for that. And I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Last week, I attended the Neighborhood Advisory Committee meeting, the first one of the since before the summer, and it was the assembly of the makeup of a new group, some old faces, but largely a lot of new people who joined us as we after we reconfigured the map. I thought it was a very good opening meeting. A lot of involvement, both from the regulars and the new people there who were asking about how to keep lines of communication open with their neighbors, and how to be able to transmit and report on information back and forth between their neighborhoods and the village. So it's a good start, and the meetings will resume as they always had on a monthly basis. Secondly, it's been about almost 2 weeks now, the Metropolitan Planning Organization that we are required to set up under the federal statute. We have settled on a name for that. There have been some discussions about that. It will be called the Sand Hills Metropolitan Planning Organization. MP and SMPO will be the acronym. And that has been settled on. We had some discussion. There'll be further discussion coming up probably later this week regarding the terms of voting and regarding the makeup of the MPO. So we'll be able to report back to you hopefully at the next meeting as to the outcome of that. I also, over the past weekend, attended the Flutterby annual event at the Arboretum, and it was very successful. The butterflies dodged the weather, and it was a good turnout and a well-run organization. Lastly, two other items I want to mention. For those of you that are interested, the Moore Entrepreneurial Summit that is going to be hosted by the Moore County Economic Development Partnership is going to take place on November 14th from 5:30 to 8:30 at the Fair Barn. And this is going to be an evening of inspiration for entrepreneurs and small business owners. You can go online to the Moore County Economic Development Partnership and find out more details. There is a registration fee, but given the health and prosperity of our community, it'd probably be a very interesting evening for those of you who are small business owners or business owners to be. Finally, I wanted to report on something that I just observed by reading these daily Pinehurst Police Department reports of all their activities. And it's something that gets turned out every morning bright and early. And I couldn't help but notice that earlier this week, there were 17 listed traffic stops. So for those of you who wonder, is the police department out there doing their job and so forth regarding speeding, And granted, this is a one-day synopsis, so it's a little anecdotal, but there were 17 stops, and there was, of those 17, 6 were verbal warnings, 4 were written warnings, 4 citations were issued, 2 were completed, and 1 no action. So the police department is busy trying to keep us safe on the roads, and it was I'll say a pleasant surprise to tally all that up and see just how much activity they do on a daily basis. So thank you to Pinehurst Police Department. All right, now we can move on to,
Mr. Bazzal, I've got one other thing, if you don't mind.
oh, yeah, go right ahead.
Just want to recognize a Pinehurst citizen. Moore County Community Foundation announced the Man and Woman of the Year recently. Here it was in the paper, and Amy Fraley, who's the executive director of Habitat for Humanity, is the Woman of the Year, and Mr. Stuart Mills, Pinehurst resident, who is the executive director of Partners for Children and Families, is the Man of the Year. So good honor for that, and thank you for bringing honor to Pinehurst. Thanks for that.
Right. Congratulations. Let's move to item number 4 on the agenda, a motion to approve a consent agenda.
I move to approve all the items listed and considered routine on the consent agenda.
Second.
Second. No discussion necessary. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
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 Aye. Let it show that it was a 4-0. Consent agenda is approved. Item 5. We are here to discuss and consider Resolution 2343, appointing Ms. Carol Henry as the extraterritorial jurisdiction representative for the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Adjustment. I thought I saw Carol walk in. She's here. Come on forward, Carol. Jeremy Hooper is the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Board. Would you like to make a brief introduction and say something?
Certainly, Patrick. Thank you very much. I think we're very, I know I am, as part of the committee who chose Carol Henry to serve on the Planning and Zoning Board, that I'm very appreciative of her willingness to serve. She does hold previous Planning and Zoning Board experience with the village of Pinehurst, and she'll have to refresh my memory of the years, but it was 2014, 2016, in that area. So she's going to be a benefit to us with that previous experience. So Carol not only will fill the ETJ seat for the Planning and Zoning Board, but I also think it's important to mention that she will be a voice for the Jackson Hamlet community to the Planning and Zoning Board, as I would point out and argue that there's not another community in our ETJ that may possibly be affected by recent changes with the Pinehurst South area. So we'll turn it over to you and Carol. And
Okay. Welcome again, Carol. Nice to see you again.
Yes, it's good. It is good to be here.
Is there anything you'd like to say? And then we'll see if the members have any questions.
I just want to do my best, and I would like to get in touch with some of the other ETJ residents and kind of, have some kind of communication with them to find out some of the things that, what's going on with them. If you represent, you want to represent well. And I would like to get in touch with some of the other people that
I think
in other ETJ
We can arrange for that.
areas.
That's a good thought. I know you have previous experience, so I was just going to ask you if there's any advice you can give, given your previous experience, as to what we can expect and what you look forward to.
Well, what I look forward to doing is I always have to get into something before I can find out where I fit in and what is needed. I just like to get into it, and I'll probably need a lot of coaching because there has been some changes. But I was hoping that some of the other residents would have, but I think that Jeremy and Alex had something to do with me being here. But I'm going to do my best. I will give you my best service.
Thank you so much. Let me ask my fellow council members. Dr. Morgan, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions.
Okay.
Carol, I have watched you in action in your community. You are a wonderful representative of your community, and I have no doubt that you will be as effective on planning and zoning as you are in the role that you serve in Jackson Hamlet. So thank you for being willing to do this, and it has been a joy getting to know you.
Thank you, Lydia. It's wonderful knowing you too. I
Thanks,
mean,
Carol.
I've just met everybody that we've met. They have been so cooperative. There were a lot of things that we didn't understand, and we lost some type of contact or, communications we did. And some of us, we were kind of like at limbo because we were referred to as Pinehurst South. And we lost out there because we always were referred to as Jackson Hamlet. And then there are a lot of others they're interested. We have others that are really interested and that attend the meetings. So just hopefully we can have a meeting of the minds.
Tom, anything you'd like to say?
I admire your fortitude, and it was certainly nice to meet you yesterday and get to know you a little bit better. The best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll say congratulations, and then we'll have the vote. But congratulations. Is there a motion?
I move to approve Resolution 23-43, appointment of Ms. Carol Henry as the extraterritorial jurisdiction representative for the Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Okay. Hearing that, I'll take that as a unanimous opinion of the council. Congratulations. Welcome back to the Planning and
I think
Zoning
we need to
Board.
vote.
What's that?
We probably ought to just say aye.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As I predicted. Carol, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will have to leave early because I do have someone that I'm going to see in the hospital. But other than that, I would stay because I'd like to know what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Carol.
Item 6 on the agenda, the library and archive space analysis and programming update and location discussion. Who's going to take this main stage
All
here?
right, thanks, Pat. And just to kind of set the stage, we've been going through this process incrementally with regard to design of our future library and archive spaces. And at the last engagement, we were still trying to sort out what the best location option was, and the council asked us to go back and do some more homework along with Oakley Collier and refine some numbers and maybe come up with some better cost projections and do a little bit more refinement on the potential design layouts and schematics and stuff. And so we have Tim, Matt, and Becca back here from Oakley Collier, and I know you've met them all before, and they're here to make those presentations. So if you guys would like to come forward, please.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, board members, we appreciate the opportunity to be back before you. And as the manager was saying, we're here to bring you up to date after our last meeting, and I think some of you actually walked the site with Matthew. So we want to kind of give you a brief overview of, again, the program, the plans, some of the expansion options for the plan, and again the budget. Sorry. And we'll tag team this with Becca leading the charge.
Becca, I'll switch the slides, so just give me a
Can you go 2 ahead?
yeah.
So we're just going to start with the Tufts building, the existing, and then we'll go to library after that. So if you want to go to the next one. As we discussed last time, we've done our research to come up with the programs that we suggest moving forward. In the archives, what you're looking at now is also part of the book that we've produced, but the program gives us about 8,500 square feet, and it pretty much just includes new display spaces and making the building accessible. So you go to the next one. This is the conceptual floor plan that we shared last time for a renovation of the existing building. What you're looking at here is 2 additions made to enclose the 2 wings off the back, which gives us space for an office and storage and to make the bathrooms a little more functional. If you go to the next one.
Can you go back to that for a minute? When you say enclose the wings, what are we?
There's 2 minor additions, so if you'll circle
Yeah,
Where I'm
one
talking
is
about.
right here.
down a little.
Oh,
Right,
sorry,
yep,
right there.
that one.
Oh,
Yep,
okay, you're filling in
Yep.
space. Oh, thank you.
and the same on the right side, yep.
Got you.
Our budget estimate. The short and long of this to look at there is the price per square foot. We have a low and a high essentially on our estimate of 175 a square foot and 200 a square foot for Tufts here. And that this is inclusive of our additions and upgrading to ADA, elevators, upgrading interior finishes, and adding on to the building. And so through that, you can see at the total at the bottom, there's a high and a low there of low of 2 million and a high of 2.3.
What is the differential for the about 300,000? What goes into the differential?
It's really the economy, where it's the variable for the economy of when we get all the plans together. We wanted to give you what we anticipate the high and the low range if and when this goes to bid.
So that means, if I understand you correctly, if we did it soon, it'd be 1.6 million. If we did it later, it'd be 1.9 million. Is that what you're saying? That increase there is due to timing?
Not necessarily. It's the unknown delta of what the cost might be exactly in terms of, we can't give you an exact number, but we predict the low end to be 1.6 and the high end to be 1.9.
But I'm trying to speak the same language you're speaking. If we put this off, the cost will go up as reflected on this worksheet.
It would go up, and the reason, these are high-level estimates in that we're working from conceptual ideas and planning. So it's hard to dial it into exact numbers. So we're more comfortable, and we think it better serves you to give you a range of cost. We're not sitting here tonight saying, okay, we're going to dial this in at $2,061,000, and then we get to bid date, it comes in at 2.2 million. So we'd rather give you some comfort range of where it might fall out when it's all planned and finished.
Well, and I'm trying to avoid looking at it and saying the higher number is because the higher number has additional features. It's same features, both number, it's just a matter of timing.
Correct.
Got it. Thanks.
And I just correct me if I'm wrong on here. When we say timing, it means we can't predict, let's say if this is built or done 3 years from now, or 2 years from now, or 1 year from now, we don't know where the economy is going to be. What it is not saying, as I understand it, is if we do this tomorrow, it's 1.6 million, and if we do this 2 years from now, it's 1.9 million. Does that make sense? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not trying to nail down any time limits. I'm just trying to establish the fact that the differential is because of doing it later as opposed to now, and not it doesn't reflect any additional features. That's all.
It is true, it doesn't include any additional features.
Yes. But the
We're saying
point
the
of
same
this,
thing.
yeah, okay. The differential is just simply based because they're giving an estimate. It's not because we're waiting a year or 2 years or 3 years in there. Whatever those costs of building materials are, they're what they are.
Anything.
Okay, all right.
They can't predict what the bids are actually going to come in at.
And we'll certainly, as we get deeper into it, into design, we'll be able to tighten up our estimates as we get further into it, but at a very high level, how we have it laid out now, that's how it works out.
Thank you.
All right, and what you're looking at now is just a modified plan of the plan we showed previously. After we showed it, we were talking about reducing cost potentially where we could, so this just keeps the building exterior as is. So what we're losing here compared to the previous plan is just those offices have moved into like the larger multipurpose area, and some other areas have been tightened to the right. We're losing about 500 square feet from those additions. So there's another budget to,
And do we feel a degree of competency that filling in that space will not in any way hinder us with the National Park Service?
No.
It won't, or we don't
Sorry,
have confidence?
It wouldn't hinder you, it wouldn't bother. Those two areas of the building are within the overall
Footprint.
footprint of the building.
Okay.
And they're also the least architecturally challenging of the building. So it's an easy space to grow into.
Again, our budget estimate here reflects $125 to $150 a square foot, and that's mostly just with not having to add on to the building, your cost comes down. Obviously, it's less square footage, but it's also less new construction to the outside. It still includes the elevator, upfits, bathrooms to meet ADA, front and rear entry changes, but at a lower cost.
Those are necessary components. That's necessary work. We
Correct.
can't not do that work.
All right, so transitioning over to the library discussion. When we left here last time, we were discussing our different site options and what that looks like for you. So we have 3 options. I'm just going to start with option 1. Back to our program, I guess, if you want to talk about that really quickly. We just ended up at the 9,000 square foot number. This is what we felt comfortable with our program. So what you're seeing after this is just based off this initial program study. So option 1 would be directly across the street from Village Hall. It is a steeper site. We had 17 or 18 feet of grade change over the proposed site location. This lends it to be a 2-story building plan. And so if you can go to the next one, this is where we've oriented it directly across, pretty much parallel. And then next, please. This is our plan that we showed last time. There have been no changes made to this.
Let me back up. The first option 1 you showed us was 9,038 square feet. Now, this is, the one you're going to, is that option 1A, or what would we call that?
We've renamed them from last time for clarity, because we
Okay.
had some discussion about A, B, and C. So are you discussing this one, the square footage difference?
Really asking the difference in the program requirements versus the 11,850 square feet. That difference comes from the 2-story element of having to create an entrance at the lower level.
So we will be referring to this as option 1, 2-story, as opposed to option 1, 1-story.
This is, option 1 will be this particular site with the 2-story floor plan.
And what was the first thing you showed us? Site
That was
option.
just the
This side.
programmings.
That was
yeah.
what? That?
That's our general program that we made based off our use study for what our proposed program would be. This
So-
is not a particular
It
site.
was me.
It's an update on our needs assessment
Yeah.
of what square footage is needed.
That is the estimated square footage needed is 9,038.
Yes,
Okay.
Correct.
Now we go to
option 1.
option 1, which
This
is,
building is larger than that number because of the 2-story requirements.
okay,
Correct.
go ahead.
So one more. Again, this is our same plan we showed last time. Next one, and then our basement, in order to make it the 2-story to accommodate the site with the meeting spaces below and a secondary entrance, as well as the elevator and the stair tower. So if you go one more. We had discussed expansion possibilities on each of these floor plans and sites. So what you're going to see now is just the prospect of this floor plan being expanded upon in the future if need be.
And we've done this for every option. It's given you future expansion possibilities.
Now, show me where the road is. Where is Magnolia?
You're right.
That's Magnolia. Okay.
So if
And
you-
so where would be the entrance if I was driving here to park?
You will go,
You
It would
could
be
park
in
in
the
the
back
front
on that
and the
side,
back.
yeah.
But
In the bar, yeah.
you could park in the front and the back, but the bulk of all parking is in the rear of the building, where the mouse is back there.
And where would be the parking in the front?
It would be on-street parking.
Street parking, okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be wrong. The two-story option is across the street. Are the other two one-story options? Okay, thanks. So when we're talking two-story, we're only talking right there by the fire department,
Yes, ma'am.
police department, excuse me.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. So this would just be the expansion possibility, since we do have that extra space underneath. The only reconfiguration here is the toilet blocks with the doors for future expansion, for whatever you may need.
So in this option, the future expansion is, we're utilizing the slope of the site, that we're theoretically, the part that we're developing in phase one, if you will, is the daylight side of the basement. And then we looked at how would we capture what would typically call a crawl space, if you will. So we looked at how we would grow and expand that under the building, and which would yield about 4,300 square feet of space, which fairly inexpensive. Matt will talk about that, but that is the most cost-effective way to expand this building on that particular site.
Is that future expansion, is it, if we built this option, would that future expansion be underground? Or would it be undeveloped land? Would it be a basement that's just not finished? What would that be?
A1, in this budget number we're going to show you, we're calling it a warm lit shell. In other words, you'd walk into this 4,300 square feet, and it's just open space, but it has lights and heating and cooling, but there's no developed office spaces or storage. It could certainly be fully developed into office space or additional library space or other uses for the village. It'd be dry. It's not a wet, damp, dark space. It would not have daylight, windows along the perimeter, but it would open back to the lobby, which is full daylight.
The estimate for this building includes that space the original estimate for this building includes having this space be a part of that construction. It's just unfinished space.
There's an option for that.
Yeah, the next slide, it'll reflect that. So here we have a low and a high of $525 a square foot to $575. Those numbers are higher than our other two options, solely just from the grade change and our parking and drive-off. With that, we have the line item there that says optional future expansion. As you can see, those numbers are significantly lower than if you were to add on to the space left or right, being that it's already built essentially from the structure. It's $100 a square foot to $125.
Is the road that was depicted in the schematics included in that?
Magnolia and then back over to Rattlesnake? Is that where it goes? Yeah.
But as we discussed previously, that isn't necessary?
Given your access to the site, I think from just general use, it would certainly facilitate better use and better traffic flow to be able to come from both sides. But you could certainly make an argument that, no, we want to do one, come from Magnolia only. But if you're already, from a cost standpoint in development, if you're that far along in that road, it would make some sense to punch it on through.
Do you have any sense for how much more incremental cost that is that's added to this project?
We currently are carrying about $400,000 to $475,000 for, to carry through that road. And that last section of road, and I'm not looking at a hard number here, but I would suspect we're in that $50,000 to $75,000 range.
That's it? Okay.
Make sure I understand that. You said it was $475 for that road cost? And then you said 50 to 75?
To the $475 is for the entire site development, which includes the roadway. We've got to put in some portion of that road in order to access the library. So we went ahead and pushed it all the way out to Rattlesnake,
Yeah.
less severe part of the site, if you will, less topography to work with. So we would develop half of the road at a minimum. So to answer the question about what additional cost, 50 to 75,000 to punch that road out over to Rattlesnake is part of that number.
So traffic would be able to use this road to go from Rattlesnake to Magnolia if they wanted to? It doesn't have to be library traffic?
That's consistent with plans that we've had in place for
Yeah.
decades now.
We had lots of roads in the small area plans that were drawn
I
in.
thought the last time we discussed this, we were not talking about extending the road, though.
Talked about whether or not that would save some money on this design.
So it's a $75,000 option if we wanted it.
Right, okay.
And if the estimate is around 9 million, that's minuscule.
It's minuscule if that's how much we had been budgeting for it. Okay. So go ahead.
All right, moving on to our second option for you. This site is to the side of the fire station. It's about 1.9 acres. There is existing parking already on the site that would have to be reconfigured to put the library here. If you'll go to the next slide. This is just our overview of a site plan of how the building would sit. Also, the proposed reconfiguration of parking in order to accommodate the library as well. And just as we discussed in the last one, how we would accommodate future expansion. Once we get to the plan, I'll kind of point out where that addition space is. The only thing that would affect is our exterior patio space that we have and possibly parking if that expansion were to need to happen eventually.
You know, once upon a time, we were looking at something down the hill, right across the street, and then in the curve.
Correct.
And this just sort of appeared, and there was some discussion about sharing parking with the church or something. But I really like this option. Was this option a surprise to you as we started getting into this? I mean,
It was, and it came about through a site walk we had. We came across the street and realized that the option was to have it beside the fire department between the church. And it's nice and flat with a parking lot. So we investigated that further and developed this plan.
a parking lot that's shared with Rassy Wicker, which is appealing.
Of all the sites, this is our flattest one that we have to work with.
Jeff?
You may recall that we have off and on throughout the last 3 years or so, we've had conversations with Moore County about co-locating their EMS providers at our fire station here, and that would require an addition onto our fire station. So this option would preclude that. So it takes something else off the table.
Is that a significant concern, or is it too early to say? I remember we've talked about it, but this
Well-
seems such a,
Jeff, I recall, I don't know, a month or two ago in one of your weekly reports, you had listed a few of the problems with this site.
Yeah.
And maybe you can, I don't recall them, but maybe you do.
Well, we were concerned about, at that time, about whether or not there would be room for adequate parking. Because at the time, we were saying, hey, well, we can just take advantage of that parking that's already there. But that parking is there to accommodate the park's needs. So, and surely there are benefits to shared parking because you can shrink the overall requirement when you have shared parking. But you still have competing interests to deal with. So we were concerned about that. We were concerned about the impact that this design would have on our ability to expand this fire station so that we can accommodate that EMS relocation. And we were concerned about whether or not there really was room to put an access drive off of Magnolia. And we were most concerned about that because when we were looking at it, we thought it would have to go on the right side. And there clearly isn't room over there, and we don't own that property, right? So, but this design has it on the left side between the buildings, so maybe it does work.
In order to make that happen, the setbacks, we discussed about removing them, like that is where it is, that drive, and that's how it works at that spot versus the right.
Yeah, we'd have to combine the lots and then
Correct.
eliminate the
Can you say
setback
that again?
requirement.
Currently where the drive is in this plan is where the setbacks are between the fire station lot and the other lot that you own. So we had discussed those lots being combined and the setbacks being removed.
Is that significant?
There it
Where
is,
they
there it is,
sit,
there it
right.
is.
Yeah, here's the setbacks without the driveway and then with the driveway.
So the front of the library would front on Magnolia, but you would drive in that way, or you could drive around the back if you're going to park.
Given what you just said about the setbacks and driveway, is that an insurmountable concern or concern that we can deal with?
If you ever wanted to add on the EMS component to your fire station,
That's an insurmountable concern. What are the alternative plans for the EMS coming over here?
Well, the county's alternative plan is for them to do some minor renovations at their current location, and
Okay,
which is not consistent with.
with the
our
small area
smaller-
plans.
Jeff, I don't know how much a possibility is if we develop the third fire station, if it could potentially be there in some time in the future.
I don't think that
Meets their
location
needs,
is,
yeah.
would be appealing to them. In the future, they might have a desire to actually split those assets and put them at multiple locations, but I think right now they think this area is where, if they're going to have that consolidated capability, it would be here somewhere,
Okay, so
or in this general area.
as we work through this, and I imagine this is going to be a multi-step process, is that something that's on our list of things to do, is talk with the county that if we agree this is a great site,
Yeah.
then is that something that would be kind of at the top of the list of things we would need to do to talk to the county about our plans for this?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've reengaged with Wayne Vest on that topic
Okay,
off and on for 3 years.
Oh, okay. okay.
I'll tell you, the last update I got from him was that they were exploring cost, how much it would cost for them to do renovations at the current location. I think we have concerns that maybe what they are contemplating might meet the redevelopment thresholds that would require them to bring that building into compliance, or that site into compliance with our small area plan. And I don't think that their cost estimates are assuming that. So
Okay.
I think you're right. I think a little bit more engagement with the county might help push that along,
Well,
at least
and
to
it's-
get
it's-
resolution.
As we work through this, that may become more obvious.
This is the same floor plan that we showed last time as our one-story option. And the expansion that I showed dashed in on the previous site plan would be the patio area, so we'd be extending in that direction. The stacks would just extend out, and then you'd have the additional space similar to the program and break room on each side.
And where, Magnolia is where? Right there? Okay.
Correct.
And so the parking is down below then, right? And behind?
Behind the patio, yes.
And along the side, right? Isn't
Mm-hmm.
that where we drive in? Yeah, okay.
Our estimate here, we have $450 to $500 a square foot. This is obviously less than our two-story option, being that the site is flat, and we do not have the incurred cost of going down as well in the extra square footage. We have a line item here for the future optional expansion of 2,250 square feet at the same rate. That should read $1,012,500 to $1,125,000 in addition to, with that addition.
Our third site is the one up around the corner. This site is probably in the middle, I would say, for grade change, so we would have some site development, not as much as the very steep one where we needed the two-story, but definitely more than our previous option. If you'll go to the next. This is our proposed site plan that we showed last time. This again is the one-story floor plan. You'll go one more. And I'm just showing the 2,250 square foot addition off to the side on this one. Again, it's going to be the same floor plan as before, except for our expansion possibility, and this one would be off of the adult stacks in that direction.
Where's Magnolia
Your
again?
Magnolia's to the front porch always.
Okay, so
Yep.
it's going that way.
Yep,
And the expansion option would come where?
the adult stacks area.
Right there.
Correct.
And where do you drive into?
Also on the adult stack side.
Okay, and the parking is in the back?
Yep.
Okay. There's no parking along the side then?
There's no parking on this one, no.
And there's no parking on the street, or there's parking on the street also?
There could be,
There could be street parking.
but
You
it
got-
would be, yes, to your point, Lydia, that you're about to say, parking would be a little more difficult in that curve. You could put it there. It does make a harder, the reason we've put the drive to that side is so you're not pulling out in the
Would-
middle of the curve.
Would it be much different from parking down in option one, street parking?
It would be laid out the same if you chose to do it. It just is a sharper turn, in my opinion.
Becca, with this option, is it possible that you could flip-flop the expansion area and just move the main building on this side and the expansion over there, if that's something we really wanted to do?
I don't see why not. I've positioned it a little towards where it is, so you're not looking directly in the sharp curve for the drive, but we could definitely, in the future, tweak this design to go whichever direction you need the expansion to go, for sure.
Yeah.
And how far over to my left there, when we start getting towards the police station, how far do we encroach onto that land?
Which, I'm
You
sorry.
can see
Over here.
that little open area, Pat, to the right of where the cursor is right now.
Yes.
Where I've
Walked
drawn,
across that when we walked. through.
Yeah, I remember, that's why I'm wondering if we're able to capture even a little more of a footprint this way, not touching the building there where we store things and make repairs, but if I recall correctly, beyond the building, there was a significant amount of space. It was sort of a level space for parking.
Open kind of
Open, yes,
equipment storage area.
Yes.
Yeah, I think
And-
that's that kind of cleared area you see right there where the
right.
cursor is.
And so that's not involved in the amount of property we're talking about now for the library here.
no, when we're looking at the numbers calculated in the budget, I've split it to where this property does not overlap with the existing parking.
What I'm just wondering is if there's any advantage, it was mentioned maybe you could flip the building, if there was any advantage if we took a little more property there to the left to give you a little more options on how to shape that building and also provide a little more wiggle room for future expansion as well as additional parking.
I think that,
Just-
I'm happy to see that this layout leaves enough buffer that we could maybe enhance the vegetative buffering there between this site and that equipment storage area. The more we move this to the left,
Yeah.
the harder that gets, and the more likely we are to create an outcome where we're actually going to have to move that equipment storage area when it's actually exactly where it needs to be.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out if we can, I'm thinking future expansion of how we could just create ourselves a little more wiggle room there with preserving as much as we can of that flat surface, so. And correct me, Jeff, but if downstream, when we have a new public services complex, would some of the equipment there at all be moved to the new public services complex, or would it all just stay there?
No, that's all Parks and Recreation, so it's parks maintenance stuff.
That's parks maintenance only, okay, thanks.
You know, your bottom con, space for parking on site is limited. That's significant to me, to have limited parking at your brand-new library.
We're still meeting the requirement, it's just less than we were showing in the previous option.
It's just less than, yeah, okay. But is it, okay, so it'll meet our PDO requirements, but do you think, is it adequate parking for a new library? In a perfect world, would you want more parking for this library?
I think you've met the requirements, and on probably a day in, day out, it would certainly serve. but those occasions that they have some learning sessions or event that just brings more people, you certainly would be impacted with your parking.
And compared to our current capacity of 0 parking, this 38 spaces is
In the
a big
land of the
bonus.
blind, the one-eyed man is king, and right now, we have no designated parking. We've
Yeah,
had
I
no
just-
designated parking in the history of the library.
Boy,
So this is a giant step forward.
Definitely, but I see events when people have to drive around that parking lot and can't find a place to park.
See what?
I'm envisioning an event, a really successful event like Audrey is so good about doing, and
Yeah.
people get into that parking lot and drive around and drive around and drive around and don't have a place to park.
Think about them today.
And we're supposed to
Think
make it
about them for the
better.
last 60 years.
We're supposed to make it better, but.
Yeah, and Lydia, to that point, this parking over here at the Rassi Wicker Park is not that far if there were a huge event, and there's a walkway right here already.
Yeah, you also have the
Adequate
parking over
lighting
at
and-
Cannon Park. So
Yeah.
that's probably
point.
close.
I forgot.
I will say that one of my big concerns has been that curve. And the way you've positioned the driveway into the parking lot, I think, is good because you're taking it off of that curve. And obviously, in and around there, we're gonna have to have low vegetation, grass and that kind of stuff, so you can actually see around that curve a little bit. So, if this is adopted.
Our budget sheet here essentially is the same price per square foot of the building, but the site costs are higher. The cost per unit there, it's roughly $100,000 more to $150,000 more to develop this site just because the grade isn't as flat as
Develop this site versus the previous one.
across the street, yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's the same building footprint on a more challenging site, I guess I'll say.
So if there's not any direct questions on the, what was presented on the different options, I have a couple of slides to go over with the council. So Oakley Collier's done a great job providing us different options, and if you add up all the prices in there, it comes to a rather large dollar amount, and currently we only have $5 million in our budget for this project. Previously, the library, the village set aside an additional $1 million to improve the existing library building. We spent about half of that, so there's another $500,000 available for us to move forward with this project. Also, the Given Tufts Foundation has committed to fundraising for the expansion of the library and archives. We don't know exactly what dollar amount that would be, but they have committed to that and have made efforts to move that forward. And then at our last meeting, we discussed a surplus that was above our expected surplus at the end of FY23. So that was about $1.7 million. If we were to take that and add it to our existing budget, that gives us a total of $7.2 million for the project, plus any money that's potentially raised through fundraising efforts. So if we look at what we have available, if we go with the single-story library option, and if we go with the archives with the no expansion, just the current outline of the existing building, that gives us a total project of between $7 and $8 million. So our $7.2 million would be right in that amount. And if we were able to receive any additional fundraising, it could cover the cost difference here between the high and the low, or if it came in on the low end, it would give us an opportunity to potentially upgrade some of the FF&E, the furniture and fixtures inside of the building. So my recommendation is that the council go with a single-story library and go with the archives with the existing footprint. The archives is currently about, I forget the exact number, about 2,500 square feet is currently used for the archives in the existing building. So by moving the library portion out of it, they get the whole building, which is about 6,300 square feet. So they'd already be more than doubling the space available to them. So that's what I recommend. My initial thought was to put the library directly across from Town Hall. That was my favorite spot for the new library, but the budget dollar amount came in much more than we had initially hoped. If we were able to build a 16, 17,000 square foot library immediately, that would probably be our best option. But with our budget constraints and with Oakley Collier's programming analysis that we only need the 9 to 10,000 square feet, I recommend that we move to one of the other sites with the single-story option. In just my personal opinion, I like the one further down on Magnolia. I think it gives us the most flexibility. We already discussed the option with the fire station. We wouldn't have that potential elimination of an expansion site for the EMS. Also, I have a little concern about a lot of cars and trucks and vehicles and little children all around the fire station. So I think some of that is eliminated as we move down the street. And I think one of the biggest concerns was the curve further down on Magnolia. And I think by aligning it the way they have and with the driveway not on the main part of the curb, that has been mitigated as well.
Yeah, there's another, maybe this more of a design thing, but our campus currently has the buildings relatively spread out. We don't have one building on top of another. That option where we're kind of squeezing the library in next to the fire station puts two of our campus facilities right up against each other.
Jeff, that has been appealing to me, to not have them all glommed together. And down there, it's close to Rassy Wicker, and it's a closer walk to the elementary school. That has been my preferred site all along until I saw the cost. And, while I'm talking, I really want to know, not right now, what the library board thinks about this, because they're partners with us in this, and I don't know how much time they've spent with these materials. But they're library people, we're not.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your recommendations. You mentioned budget constraints, so we want to first cover that, because what we have been saying in the past, us as a council, in our strategic operating plan, and for the last year and a half, was 4.6 plus $400,000 for design, which was a $5 million budget. And the last time we met and had a discussion about this, one of the major topics was, which was before we saw anything other than a discussion, had to do with budget. This, even the low budget is, well, I don't know, 25% above what we were talking about. So I think we need to do some more thinking about how we do this. We want a library. Some of us, I do. But we also need to do something that's respectful of what we've been telling the taxpayers. And it's something that I think that would also enable us to expand. One of the reasons I keep sort of harping on the expansion possibilities is we don't need to open up with the full Monty of a library. And we can think downstream a little. The price tag from low to high, that's even from low to high is much larger than what we sat around here and discussed going all the way back to December, when we increased the budget because of inflation from, I think it was 3.2 to 4.6. I remember that very meeting as a 50% increase. I agreed with that, and one of my reasons for agreeing is that I didn't think 50% was the inflation rate, but I figured we were putting in enough money at that point to cover anything that we might have. And when the last time we discussed this about total costs, we did talk in terms of, and I remember the question that I posed as to whether or not the 4.6 million we had set aside would cover both the library and the archives. And the affirmative answer was yes, it would. Obviously, it can't, okay? And I realize that, okay? But that still means we need to be careful on what steps we take so that we are respectful of what we have been telling our residents about the amount of money we were going to spend. So I think we can have a good discussion tonight, and we'll have some further discussions, and maybe we all need to go back and sharpen our pencils a little and determine just what is the needs. What is the needs? One of the things Councilman Councilwoman Bosch has raised on several occasions was the idea of the needs assessment issue. And she's been persistent on that. She's kept it in front and center of my mind. And one of the things Councilman Dr. Morgan has mentioned was the importance of watching our costs. So I think we can do all that, but we may just need to sharpen our pencils a little bit more. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with the ranges. I'm impressed with the diagrams. I've figured it out now. Thanks. Once I can get the streets named, I can figure out what goes down what road. So anyway, I throw that open for discussion. I want to hear from what my colleagues have to say.
Can I just maybe offer some perspective? First off, we use the word budget in this presentation, but what we're dealing with right here is not a budgeted number. It's a projection that's in our 5-year plan. Second, that projection was initially made, I think, 3 years ago. And we've made no updates to that projection until last December, even though we probably had about 25 or 30% cost escalation before that because of the market that we're living in. And then last December, we increased it from 4.2 to 4.6, which is still drastically under the escalation in building costs that we know has been occurring in our markets. So there's that. Last summer, last June, when we were having our conversations about the budget, you argued very forcefully that the 5-year plan is a moving target. And it could go down. Those projections could go down. And in response to that, I observed that, and they might go up too. And I think I even used the library as an example.
I don't remember, but like a lot of things, they can go up and down. I agree.
And then the third point I would make is that we have, as a result of our execution last year, $1.7 million on the table that wasn't available for consideration and how to use when we built this plan. So I'll turn it over.
You know, Jeff, it kind of tags onto what you're saying and what Pat says. My personal archives on the library is substantial going back to 2020. And I went back to the needs assessment study and I was talking to them about it. We did a massive amount of public input on what the public wants. And at the time, they thought our library should be 14,000 to 20,000 square feet. And we almost had a heart attack. And the range of costs then was 7.1 million to 8.2. Well, now it's significantly less, but the dollar amount has gone up. But, you know, I realized if you go back to what the public has said they want again and again and again, and you take that as a basis, and I'm willing to entertain any ideas that what the public has said they wanted then isn't what they want now. I'm satisfied that what you guys are saying the public wants is what the public wants. But when it comes to the cost, and it's something I said just a minute ago, and Pat, I want to tag on to something you said, is like we need to, you know, set some steps forward. I think talking to the library board is critical and understanding do they agree with this presentation? Are they seeing information that they can say, yes, we think our library public, this is what they want? That's very important to me.
Lydia, when you say the public, who was the public? And the reason I asked that question,
Ooh.
no, well,
You want to borrow my notebooks?
No. Well, why don't we just go to the community survey we just got the other day? And the public, because that's the most recent information we have from the community survey.
Well, Jeff, can you help me with this one? Because we did, in the needs assessment study, they listed all of the public input they did.
Yeah.
a research approach, 2 public input meetings, community conversations, online surveys, conducted 26 interviews with village council members, village staff, business leaders, including the resort, West Pine Middle School students, education leaders, and Gibbon Memorial Library leaders. So our public input included many segments of the population. And I don't see any reason now, like I said, if somebody wants to tell me that this was not valid input, I'm willing to listen to it, because
I'd welcome to look at that. That was the pre-COVID assessments. But when you were talking about the public, just the other day, we opened up the ETC survey. Okay? So what I'm curious if in that survey, which we just got, the question was about the public, what percentage of our residents use the library? Now, I fall into the category of someone who uses it. Not only do I use it, I've contributed to it. I enjoy it. But I'm in the minority.
Pat, I had that question for when we get to that part of the agenda, because
Okay,
to me.
we can, but it's related to the library in general, where we're headed at it. Now, one of the things that jumped out at me in that survey, not just the percentage of people who use it versus the percentage who don't, is when they asked for residents to give a reason about why they don't use it. There has been, and I went back, by the way, our website has all these community surveys going back year after year. You can go back and look for trends and data right on our website. And consistently, for the last 3-4 years, the answer is in archives is not important to me, and the library is not important to me, 23, 25, 26%. The reason they give for not enough meeting rooms, 2%. So I think we need to really think about what they are saying to us
I
now.
completely agree that we
That's
need to
why-
reconcile that data with the data that we have, because I saw the same thing. We've got to address that. We're irresponsible if we don't.
I'm agreeing. That's why I want us to discuss it, because it's interesting data from ETC, and what I was surprised about was the consistency in the data over year. Usually you look for an aberration. There's no aberrations. It's between 2 and 3% say, I don't go there because
It's
not
got to
enough
be
meeting.
addressed, and I don't think
Yeah.
we're going to have the answer right now, but it's something that stood out to me when I was looking at the materials for tonight. It's got to be addressed.
Anybody else?
Can I jump in for a second? I just want to kind of set expectations a little bit. So you mentioned, sharpening our pencils, and I just want to be clear, Lydia is correct. When the needs assessment was done several years ago, it came up with a 14,000 square foot number. So we have already worked with Oakley Collier to reduce that down from the 14 to 9,000. So we have eliminated a lot already. A 9,000 square foot library is, I don't want to say bare bones, but it is kind of the minimum of what we're looking at. You mentioned specifically meeting rooms. It does have one meeting room built into it, but I don't know of any library that doesn't have a meeting room built
I'm
into
not
it.
opposed to a meeting room. I'm just saying we have to factor in what are the residents actually saying
Right.
as recently as 2 months ago, according to this. And they're not clamoring for more. Anyway, those are just the facts. Let me ask you something, because what's the formula that got us to a square footage number?
Yeah, so
Is there some driving formula, some rule of thumb?
if we're going by rules of thumb, we're more in and I'll let them answer, but it's more in the 20,000 square foot range.
But I want to know how you get to it.
We actually used, after interviewing the library staff and talked about the number of volumes, and the number of volumes a book starts to dictate linear feet of shelving. And so looking at library standards, we start interpolating that into square footage. And then you add the circulation space, staff space, and the other areas. And so that creates that minimum table of gross square footage. We did look at those previous studies and use some of that information as resource. But the building program was a direct correlation to interviews of staff and usage and number of volumes of books. And without the influence of bigger, this was really boiling it down to, I'll borrow the words that Doug just said, the bare bones of what it would take to get it to what a community library in a population base of Pinehurst.
Well, let me ask you about the population issue. We have 18,000 people. Now, if we were building a school in our community for 18,000 people, we wouldn't judge the size of the school based on the population. We would judge it on the size of the prospective students that were going to sit in those desks. Our population has told us that, myself, I'm in the minority of the 39% that go to the library annually. 61% don't. So is it right to use the total population of the community to do the math, or are we wiser to use less of a population of the community, not take it down to the 39%, but take it down somewhere that allows for growth and figure out the square footage usage from that?
Bulk of the square footage is based on number of volumes of books. And we went from 10 to 36? It's tripled. Yeah, we tripled the volume of books, and that's based on some statistical information from the library and the usage and what they see. And they did look at the COVID time and how things changed. So there was some reasonable expectations and interpolation of numbers to come up to the volumes that were there, which drives the square footage of the building.
If we have 8,000 users in a year, I mean, how many? I don't know. I'm trying to do the math in my head. That's what I'm wrapped around. We've got a budget that deals with math. We got square footage that deals with math, and we've got survey results of what our population's thinking, which is a math.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to reconcile those as to how we get to the right number.
Yeah, I think it would be unfair, though, to take the amount of the population that's using the library currently and project it on what the amount of the population would be using the library if it's built a new building.
Well, I wouldn't just use the number that's using it now. I would build in additional, but I wouldn't use 18,000 either.
Yeah, so to that point, so the 18,000, if we're using ALA standards, it would be 20 to 25,000 square feet, and that's a library for the size of our community.
You know,
which no one is saying that we need to build a library that big.
I understand. Well, the ALA, that's the American Library Association, right? Okay. It reminds me of that quote I like from Warren Buffett, never ask a barber if you need a haircut. So if you're going to the American Library Association, I believe they want 25,000 square feet. But we're Pinehurst. We got to factor in our community. We want to build a first-class library. We've made the decision to move it away from the village green for obvious purposes to protect our National Historic Landmark site. I was not cheerleader for that, but I accept that because that's the reality, okay? Because I do think the movement of the library will permanently change the relationship between the library and our community, because so many people use that library because they're in the village, because they go to the village. The most common phrase I often heard from people is, I'm going to swing by the library and I'll meet you for lunch. Or I got to drop something off at the library and I'll walk across the street and meet you at the Holly. That dynamic in this community we live in will change. But that ship has sailed. That's what we're going to do. So now we need to figure out what's the right size of the library, the right location. We're getting closer there, I think. And then I'm one of these people, I have been in a hurry to build this. But we always were not going to build it during the open, so we didn't want a hole in the ground. I'd like to start sooner, but I have been coached to we ought to just be patient and start when we're going to start, because it's going to take us probably that long to work out a lot of the details, and that's fine. But Anyway, those are my thoughts. I'd like to hear from my colleague, who haven't spoken yet. Dr. Morgan, maybe?
I
I
ask
think
one
Lydia's
more
got a comment
question?
real quick. Go ahead.
One more question. When, this is our original estimate, the 14,000 to 20,000, and we had a heart attack. And so what I believe we did is we went through for each of the age groups and to determine which of the different age group categories, what do they want. And it worked out that each age group wanted the same thing. So this was all the bells and whistles. And we thought, wait a minute, if we give each age group what that age group wants, and it was the types of services for each age group was the same, then it allowed us to narrow this down significantly, but provide the services that those age groups wanted. Is what you're proposing to us still sort of within that approach that we looked at in 2020? And I don't know library services well enough to say, well, adult collection with periodicals. I'm looking at that one. That seemed to something the adults wanted, but so did the middle-aged kids. So are you seeing a similarity in the services that are being requested for each age group? Or is it wild? To me, if it's wildly different for each age group, then that would mean you would have a bigger library. And this may be a completely invalid assumption. But if the types of services that the different age groups want are similar, it might support what you're recommending. That may.
We initially talked to staff and discussed the age groups that were using it then and what they were using it for. The largest use of programs was children and the younger groups, and we were reflecting the program space for that, specifically for the children in this, since they do consistently use that space. So that is one area that is separate. The older population tends to use the living room area, more of a gathering space. We did include that, but that number is also shared. So that would be a space that would be shared among the young adults, the children, and the adult staff.
I think you're addressing what the shared space and the flex space. It's not like you're building one library for the kids and one library for the teenagers and one library for the adults. There is shared
There are shared
space, so you get economies when you do. Is that the right word? There are economies when you build it like that with the
Correct.
shared space and the flex space.
What is
Jeff?
typically different and separate is the types of books they like to read.
Right.
Right. So you have to have separate space for that, but everything else could be, to
So
varying
there's some
degrees, could be
overlap or
shared
some.
space.
And flex space, I remember, was a big term back then. Being able to move shelves around or
You can move things around and.
That's right.
yeah,
make
right.
it more, okay.
Going back to the data, I, thinking back several years to go to our library working group days, I recall that we looked at just tons and tons of data that was based on averages across the country. And one of those was books per person. Audrey, do you recall what that number was? Several years ago, when we were doing the library working group and trying to get to where we are now, we reviewed a lot of data. And one of those things I recall seeing was an average number out there for, it was number of books
Books per
per
resident?
person. Could you come to the microphone, please?
I've got something in here, books for resident, 10 to 1 to.
Yep. You can find numbers that support whatever you're looking for, but the low end is 1 book per person. And when Given Memorial Library was built, we had 10 books per person, so we had 17,000 books then. Now we and 7,000 people. Now we have 17,000 people and 17,000 books. But it's generally 10 is recommended, but it's at least 1. And one of the things that you guys were talking about is you can, as far as square footage per person, you can go to the ALA or the MLSTA, and you find that, and there is a minimum standard that they recommend, and that is 1 square foot per human being in the library, which is where we got our higher numbers. The lowest they have is a 1/2 square foot. And so their range is 1.5 square foot to 1.5 square foot per user. But they also, it kind of extrapolates because the more people you have in there, the more square footage you need for the people. So it's just, I don't know, you have more space, you have more computers, more laptops, more bags, more et cetera. But there is a range, and I looked up what the average library size is, and it's 12,792.4 square feet. And the average library sizes are 10,000 to at the bottom and 35 at the top, but they recommend 3 books per person and half a square foot per person minimum. Did that answer your question?
Half a square foot per person in the community?
Minimum, yeah, for user, yeah.
User or per person?
Well, you don't know how many users you're going to have.
Well, we don't, but we have an idea of how many people go to the library.
Well, there are some restrictions in the library that we have. People don't use them because we don't often offer certain services.
Could be.
If we were able to offer them, we would probably have more users.
Good.
And
We've continually increased our electronic users over the last 10 years. That's been a steady increase through COVID, through anything else. I'm one who started taking out audiobooks when I found the audiobook section. But that's different from the hard copy books, which of course were hit by COVID, but they're bouncing back a little. I watch your data. You provide it to me often. I like it. The per person versus per user, somewhere between there might be a number that is what we should apply.
I still want to hear from the library
I guess what I'm
board.
suggesting is that.
Well, we can hear from the library
There should be a
board.
clear definition to that in what you're referencing. I don't know what it is, but.
Yeah, I mean, if we go by the 3 books per person, we are in the range of the
In the ballpark,
36,000
yeah.
that volumes that they have planned for. And I don't want to cut off conversation, but if you'd like us, we can go back and talk with Oakley Collier and say, okay, you have 9,000. Can we look at those numbers and see if there's any wiggle room?
Well,
I just want to set expectations, kind of that I said before, that I feel like we have already reduced it quite a bit.
Well, I want to hear from my other colleagues before I make a suggestion or two, but go ahead. Dr. Morgan.
I think you made a few already.
What's that?
I said, I think you already made a few suggestions. One of the suggestions you made was for us to go back and sharpen our pencils, and I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I'll tell you from my perspective of what I'm interpreting that means, is that we need to look at some stuff, because yes, we came in with a budget that was higher than expected, and we obviously don't like it to be higher, we like it to be lower. It's always nice to have more money coming to the coffers and leaving out. But as it was stated before, and I do remember when Mr. Sanborn indicated that it could also go up, and that's what's happened here. So I think it's worthwhile in getting some more information, along with what Lydia has recommended on being able to go back to the library board. I fully concur with that, and I plan on meeting with them and talking with them and hearing what they have to say in this. The other part of this, not only do I want to talk to the library board, I'd like to talk to the principals in our schools in the area, because they have a vested interest in this. I don't have the data on my fingertips, but I know that there's been a lot of discussion about how COVID has hurt our students because they were out of school for a long time. We like to think of ourselves as a very nice place to live, and everything's always going great, but you know something, I bet there's a lot of kids out there that struggle with reading. And a new modern library, which has technology on it, and is focused on that, and focused on giving skill sets, and focused on developing education, I think personally that's a municipal responsibility. And I want to make sure that we're moving forward with it, again, without breaking the bank on doing things. But maybe they can give some ideas on certain things. And if we are not including our educators in the area, I think we're missing a potential advisement on that could be very beneficial for us. So my sharpening of the pencil is going to be going and talking with the library board, as well as talking with some of our educators in the area here. Specifically, I'll start with the principals of the middle school, the elementary schools, and also the high school, and see if there are things that we should be doing differently. I also recognize, though, that I do support a library, and I want to make sure that we do have a place for both children and even older children, as well as young adults, as well as older adults that have a resource to come in and be able to research things. You just talked about an entrepreneurial meeting that's going to occur over at the Fairborn. I actually forwarded out that to one of our entrepreneurs in the area, and he commented on how we're a little late to the game on being able to support that. Well, you know something, there's a lot of entrepreneurs that could really use a high-tech library to support them in their business development. So, any case, so that's my feelings on it, and in the sense that I appreciate the presentation. When I reviewed it initially, I looked at them saying, yeah, the zone, or the option 2 looked probably as of the options given was probably the one that I supported the most. I have since changed my mind since sitting here and listening because of the EMS. And back on our village survey, one of the big things that we really love from our community is our healthcare. And having a EMS system that is in our downtown and being able to respond, it's maybe something we need to keep in mind here. So while I'm not going to say this is the route I'm voting on, or we're going to go there, I'm going to ask much more questions and look forward to the next conversation. Thank you.
Jeff Morgan, may I ask you one question?
Sure.
I'm making a list of people we would like more input from. I said library boards, you said school principals. How about the school superintendent? Would that suffice, or do you want to talk to the principals?
I'd prefer to talk to the principals and potential librarians that are there. And I've got no problem going to the different ones because they're going to give different perspectives on it. But from my experience, the closer to the ground level you can get, when you're talking about needs, usually the better answers you're going to get. So if they're willing to have input from the teachers or whatever the case is, I just want to make sure we're on the same, we're going the right direction here, okay? Working cohesively with them, symbiotically.
Well, you know, I mentioned tonight the care group, that their job is Moore County literacy programs, summer reading programs, and more. And you know, you wonder, is that somebody we want to talk with, that care group? It just, I'm trying to get all of the public, all the information I can about the needs for a library in Pinehurst.
Okay, and also, as I'm saying this, I recognize this as my responsibility to go talk with them, and we are limited, obviously, in how many people we can have at one time to talk with them. If there's a way that we want to coordinate a presentation or something, I guess we can do that. But this is legwork that I think the council needs to be doing. I'm not, as Doug commented before, I'm not asking for you to start figuring out ways to go down to 6,000 square feet or 5,000 square feet or at this point in time. I'd rather talk with them and find out what we need and not need, and then be able to come back to you and discuss that. And I will have talked to these people. Hopefully, I can do this within the next 2 weeks.
I believe the contract calls for 2 public meetings. Am I correct, Doug?
I'd have to go back and review, but I think there can be
I think, a matter of
public
fact, I think we at the council meeting, when we approved the contract, that was one of the things. It may have been late Councilwoman Hogaman, but somebody insisted that we include 2 public meetings because we were disappointed in a previous consultant that went through the process with us on something else. And so I think if it's somewhere in there. And I'd be also curious, does the Pinehurst Elementary School, I know it has a library because I've been a volunteer in it a couple of times, but that I was stacking the kindergarten's books. I didn't know if there was more than one library there. Do they have a library for their kids?
The schools all have a library. Yes.
Each elementary school to have their own. Right, okay, thank you. That's what I thought. I bet I volunteer there. Tom, we haven't heard from you yet. Do you have any comments you'd like to make?
I do. When I first met with, they call it onboarding here, so I met a lot of people that are involved with this council and with the government here. And I told Doug, I said, you know, option 1 looks fantastic. It really does. Well, it doesn't anymore. My family, I come from a family of law enforcement and firefighting. And now that I just learned that option 2 would interfere with an EMS project, that's very, very important to me, and it should be to the village as well. So option 3 is probably the best. But I'd like to read you something. I've gotten so many emails. I don't know how I became so popular all of a sudden, but in 2020, we had 16,000 residents here. According to the charts from the online survey, there were only 430 responses to that. This means that only 2% of the residents were even interested, and less than 1% indicated that they would use this resource regularly. So now we project to 2023, and Pat, yes, your figures were close regarding the new survey. This is going to be a good project, and I think with some modification, the option 3 would be a really good choice. I have, on a personal note, I have daughters that don't live in this town, but they live in the South, and they range in age from 35 to 43, and they don't use a library, but that doesn't matter. The library is going to have to be high-tech, and I do agree with Dr. Morgan on many of the points that he just made. Considering the school people and the high-tech of what we're going to have to endorse in this library is very, very important, because there are seniors that are really interested in technology and will use this facility. That's about all I have to say, really. Thank you.
Any other comments, or we can report back to the mayor that we've had a good discussion? We've got some, I guess, homework assignments that we need to follow up with. I too would like to be involved in any other discussions.
While we sharpen our pencils, can we narrow it down on a location?
Well, I think we can take what I'll call a consensus, but I do think we need to have the mayor here for a decision like this. I mean, I know how I feel. If I had to pick a location, I would pick number 3.
Yes,
Right, the one,
Sounds like we have 4 of you saying 3, so.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I just, what I don't want to do is, I don't want to jam the mayor.
Yeah.
If that's, now, if someone has heard from the mayor that he sort of leans that way, then we can formalize it with that, this location-wise, and I'd be glad to make the motion myself, but I ask my colleagues if they think it's appropriate or not to.
I think when you got the 4 of us saying that it's option 3, I think that's certainly appropriate to give the staff guidance that we're going with option 3.
Okay.
Opinion changed tonight. I was all for going next to the fire department. Excuse me, because it's flat and the shared parking, but after listening tonight, I like 3.
Okay. All right. Then I will entertain a motion.
Do we need a motion?
Well, I think we need to be formal. This is one of the major decisions from a capital standpoint that we're going to be making in the near future.
It's up to you. We don't need a vote on this, but if you feel more comfortable with the vote, you can do that.
I think there
I
are
thought
others.
I thought the doctor wanted a motion. That's where I was
I thought
headed.
you asked about a site and narrowing it down. Right now, the consensus on here is that we're saying option 3.
Yeah.
We also talked about going and discussing with some other folks here in this. So I didn't assume that you meant a vote on this with that.
Okay.
But I can tell you that we're leaning towards option 3. At least I'm leaning towards option 3, and everything I'm hearing right now is everybody else leaning toward option 3.
Yeah.
There's more information I need to solidify that.
Oh.
Like, what does the library board want? What do the teachers want? The people that we're going to be speaking with.
Oh.
Are they comfortable with that decision? If somebody has some serious concern, that's certainly relevant to me, but, right now, 3 is my strong preference.
All right, well, why don't we state location 3 is the strong preference
Right.
of the 4 members of the council this evening.
Then after we sharpen our pencil, we only have to use it to write on option 3.
That's right.
We don't, yeah.
We can use the old-fashioned pencil sharpener.
Do you guys have any questions for us?
No, I think it's been very beneficial.
Okay,
We will sharpen the pencil.
okay. And if we have any thoughts, we'll pass them on to you, in addition to all other meetings. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and the professional product you put together.
Can we go back, before we close this up, go back to the archives?
Oh.
Doug made, I think, a good recommendation to not expand it and
No.
just do that renovation inside. Does everybody agree with that?
I think I heard you say we should expand that modest expansion they want to do?
No.
Oh, no, I am in favor of making that expansion to that archives, those two items that stay within the footprint.
Oh.
I think.
I want to hear from the library board.
What's that? Well,
I would like to hear from the library board.
we might as well raise Mr. Tufts too, but, I mean, the archives is named after him. But my point is this, the archives, I think, is sort of a really hidden gem for this community.
I agree.
And once that expands here in the cradle of American golf, where we're having opens after opens, and we have both the USGA as our new resident, with a lot of talent that is moving here regarding golf and golf history, and we have the Pinehurst Resort, who also has a lot of golf history and professional talent there. I think the archives is, it's important, and I think we should be able to capitalize on both the USGA and the Pinehurst Resort and Golf Country Club. So I would like to see that.
Can you remind us what the difference in cost was?
It's about $700,000 between keeping the building within the existing footprint and then expanding, I believe it was an extra 500 square feet roughly.
Pat, in theory, I completely agree with you.
400.
I just would like the library board to make me feel a little bit more comfortable about that.
I'm fine. We'll wait to hear from the library board on whether or not to add those two rooms. Thank you. All right. We got a decision? Okay, let's move on. Thank you again.
Have a safe trip back.
Presentation of the Stormwater Management Master Plan. Boy, have we gone from A to Z right here.
We could have had the Parks and Recreation plan, too.
Oh. Let's wait till the mayor gets back for that one. All right, let me get my stormwater handout. Voila. Mike, go ahead and remind us of your friend.
Yeah, sure. This is Michael Hansen, so Mike and Michael. He's with McGill Associates. We appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to give another presentation on stormwater. This presentation is really the culmination of, gosh, a year and a half, more than that's worth of work. This is intended to be their McGill's kind of presentation of their final recommendations on the plan. We've given a couple of presentations along the way that you've seen. I will admit some of this info that's in this presentation is repetitive. You've heard it before. At least most of you have heard it before. I know, Tom, you're new to the council, so you may not have heard some of this stuff. But it's been a while since we've been in front of you on this, so just wanted to note that. I'm going to do the first part here, kind of talk about our existing standards, kind of how we led to where we are with developing this master plan. And then Michael will kind of fill in the second part when we start talking about different recommendations. Not necessarily looking for an adoption of the plan tonight, really trying to present these to you, get feedback, and then once we get that, we can have them finalize the plan, and we can have another final presentation for adoption if need be. There is a lot of information in what McGill has provided to us. I think the document he provided was like 220 pages long, and that doesn't include a lot of attachments and things like that. So there's a lot of information here. Some of it's pretty highly technical. Our intent tonight is kind of to keep it at a 30,000-foot level, but we can certainly get down into the weeds if you have any questions about that. So if anybody has any questions, we can answer them now, or we can get going on this. Get going. Okay, I do just want to introduce, we did have a project oversight group. Myself, Mike Apke, Public Services and Engineering Director. Jeff Batten was part of that. Darren Birch was part of that when he was here. And Alex has kind of chimed in at the last minute. I will say that Alex hasn't had an opportunity to give a whole lot of input into this since his new role, but Alex has provided some input into it, along with Megan Skellerup. She's on our project oversight group, who's the Assistant Public Services Director. With McGill, the primary contacts is Michael Hansen, who's sitting beside me, and David Honeycutt, who's also back there. And you brought somebody else with you. Would you like to introduce her?
Yes, we also brought Kaya Beasley. She was part of the staff engineering group that worked on this report and was very interested to hear how the meeting went this evening and hear feedback from you all.
So just to kind of reiterate how we've gotten here, the village engaged McGill Associates to assist with the preparation of a stormwater management and master plan. This really stemmed out of the 2019 comprehensive plan, which identified the expansion and enhancement of stormwater management as a strategic opportunity and included several recommendations related to stormwater. All right, and those were prepare a comprehensive stormwater master plan to identify effective stormwater management strategies, evaluate creating a local stormwater utility for planning, programming, and coordinating future stormwater infrastructure in the community. And we'll talk about a little bit more what that means near the end of the presentation. And then develop and implement rules for post-construction stormwater maintenance requirements. All three of those were in the comprehensive plan, and we just elected to try to address all three of those as part of this project. So just getting real basic with it. What is stormwater? To make sure we're talking about the right thing here. Simply put, stormwater is water that naturally accumulates as a result of rain or snow. Much of our stormwater infiltrates into our sandy soils, which is beneficial to us, but what doesn't infiltrate typically runs off across land or other impervious surfaces like rooftops, streets, parking lots, etc. I would add also that infiltration into our sandy soils is a good thing because we get up a lot of our drinking water from wells. Moore County, I believe, operates 17 wells that provide us with our water, and they're planning 2 more. So that infiltration into our sandy soils helps to recharge the aquifer and provides us with our drinking water. But at times, heavy rain can result in localized flooding of streets, yards, even basements or crawl spaces in low-lying areas. All right, who's responsible for stormwater management? The way the law reads, property owners are ultimately responsible for managing stormwater across their land, and that includes residential lots.
Let me just interrupt for a minute.
Sure.
You and whoever else has done an excellent job of educating our residents that they are responsible for that.
They still don't always understand that,
They don't,
though.
no, they don't. But
thank you.
every time I've had a discussion, I say, are you aware? And they say, I know we're responsible. So you've done a great job on that. Not saying they're happy. I'm just saying they're aware of that.
I appreciate that. We try. As a property owner, the village is subject to the same rules and regulations as private property owners. So we maintain the pipes and ditches that are in our public right-of-way. Typically, we have a 50-foot or a 60-foot wide right-of-way on our streets. And we do numerous storm drainage projects each year. Council has allocated $460,000 in our current FY24 budget for stormwater projects. This kind of goes to what you're saying too, Pat. So this is just a diagram. This is actually one of our pipes over by the lake area, and this is a situation we run into a lot. So this area right here is within our right-of-way. We've got some inlet boxes. We've got some pipes. We will maintain that. Over in the lake area, we got another situation here. That pipe leaves our right-of-way and goes in between 2 properties and dumps down into the lake. Per our policy and per the law, because there is no written easement in place, this is the responsibility of the property owner to maintain. And sometimes people, unfortunately, do not like that and disagree with us on that. But that is what our policy states at the current time. I present this to you just for for informational purposes. Matt McKirahan provided me with some data. We do ask on our community survey for residents to rate their satisfaction with the quality of our stormwater runoff and management system. And Pat, I heard you mention consistency in the previous presentation. We're pretty consistent with this, okay? So this brand new survey that Matt's going to present tonight, FY23, we're at 83%. We've actually been at 83% the last 3 years. And before that, we were at 84. In FY19, we were at 77%, but that's when Hurricane Florence came through here. That was a hurricane year. So we did have a dip there. I actually looked back at the past 10 years, and the average over the past 10 years is 82.7%. So we're consistently in that range. This does include neutrals. I will point that out as well. So it includes people that are satisfied, and it does include neutrals. We do get this data broken down by neighborhood too, which is important. We look at that each year and see, and the neighborhoods will fluctuate some, but overall the results are pretty consistently at the 83%. I'll give you an example too. I think last year in FY22, Pinehurst Trace had a dip in the neighborhood response. And we kind of looked at that. Well, we've got an underground system that we maintain, and it hadn't been cleaned out in a while, and it was creating some flooding. So we spent some money, went in there, did some work on it, and I think their satisfaction level this year was like 95 or 96%. So we do view that, we do look at those results by neighborhood, and focus our efforts somewhat on those areas based on those results. You may hear the term NPDES Phase 2 community used. I just wanted to say, just a quick slide to say what that means. So the Phase 2 program is something that is administered by the state, actually starts at the EPA level. Phase 2 local governments are required by the state to develop and implement a stormwater management program. Like they are mandated to do that. And we were actually considered for the Phase 2 program 10 years ago maybe. The state sent the village a letter and said, hey, you're getting tipped into this program and you're going to have to develop these different standards and rules and requirements and things that you do. But they ended up waiving the village from that due to the existing rules and regulations that are in place. I was a part of that meeting back then, even though I wasn't a village employee. And when the state started hearing all the things that were in the PDO about stormwater, they said, okay, we're not going to put you into that program. But many of those Phase 2 communities, they've established the stormwater utilities, the separate funds for that, to fund their mandatory programs. It's a good thing that we're not a Phase 2 community, and we hope to remain out of that program. Right now, we've got several existing documents that have our standards in it. We have our engineering standards and specifications manual that was adopted in 2004. I think it was most recently revised in 2015. We have a policy and procedures document that was approved by council also in 2004. We have a stormwater pamphlet we developed a couple of years ago. We give these out to everybody that asks when they say, you should be fixing this. We try to reference the rules and regulations of what we will and will not do. So this was a good thing that we put together. We've got our development ordinances, we've got a flood damage prevention ordinance, and then we make reference to the state manual, the NCDEQ Stormwater Design Manual too, when people are designing their stormwater control measures. I showed this slide in one presentation before, and because we're going to get into the discussion here about our 10-year storm requirement and what that means. So right now, our engineering standards manual says that your post-development runoff rate, and rate, that's a key word of that, shall not exceed your pre-development runoff rate during a 10-year storm event. So what does that mean? Well, an engineer will go in and do an analysis, and they'll say, okay, we got this vacant property here, and during a 10-year storm event, my calculations are showing we've got 5 cubic feet per second that's going to run off of this property. Well, when we put our building on it, now all of a sudden we've got more impervious surface here, and now that goes, and I'm just picking numbers here, that goes up to 10 cubic feet per second. So what they have to do is build some sort of SCM, stormwater control measure, that retains the stormwater on site and slowly releases it at or less than the pre-development rate. So let's just say 10 was going in, we hold it back, and we release 4 off of the site. Right now, it can be more water that goes off the site than it was before. It's just got to be at a rate that is equal to or less than the pre-development runoff.
It can be a rock basin, it can be an underground, whatever.
We do not specify what type it is as long as it meets that state manual. We do like it to meet that because it's a design manual. But yes, we do not say you have to go underground, you have to do pond, anything like that. That's right. And what does that really mean? Well, a 10-year event in Pinehurst, we look at a 24-hour storm is 5.45 inches over 24 hours. We've talked in the past about going to a 25-year event. That would be, in your mind you think, oh, 25-year event may be 2.5 times a 10-year event. It's not like that. 25-year event's actually about 6.5 inches in 24 hours. And then you can also look at the 100-year event. That would be over 8 inches in 24 hours. So just to give you some perspective on the difference between a 10-year and a 25-year event.
Mike, do we keep a record of how many 10-year storms, 25-year storms, 100-year storms we've had over the past?
We do not. I know that you guys looked at that a little bit in the, for this, and I don't believe that in the past 5 or 6 years, even the hurricanes, we met this 5.45 inches over 24 hours.
We did not?
We did not. Now, I will say there are 10-year 1-hour events. There are 10-year 2-hour events. Just because that we're only looking here at the 24-hour event. I would suspect we have had some 10-year events. We get these 3 inches in an hour that are probably considered 10-year events in the 1-hour time frame, but we have not in the 24 hours. And we do not keep up with that, but I would love to have that information.
But that's a great point. It's that much rain in a 24-hour period, not in a 1-hour period.
That's exactly right. And the issues that we typically experience and the complaints that we get are when it rains 3 inches
In an hour. Mm-hmm.
And everything gets inundated. So in 1977, the North Carolina Supreme Court adopted the rule of reasonable use, which is based on the premise that water is going to flow downhill.
Dr. Morgan.
Private landowners have, according to this rule 2, private landowners have the legal right to make reasonable use of their land, and the person on the lower estate must receive and pass water from the higher estate. And we say that in this pamphlet. If there's a dispute on that, private landowners can resolve that in civil court actions. We rely on that rule when somebody says all the water from the street is coming down on me. Well, per the rule of reasonable use, you are required to do that. Now, we will help them if we can. If there's something we can do at the street level to divert it, we can, but we haven't found a way to keep water from flowing downhill yet. There's also some other rules, general statutes that prohibit the blockage of streams, drainage ways, and easements that move water from higher elevations to lower elevations. It actually says in those statutes that those may be enforced by law enforcement officers or the county engineer. And then there's also general statutes talking about that we can't require private property owners to install new or increase stormwater controls for pre-existing development. Go in and say, well, you have this, now, on your development, now you need to do something additional, or redevelopment that does not remove or decrease existing stormwater controls. So, all of this has led to us doing a stormwater management master plan. As I said, our primary purposes are to identify effective strategies, evaluate funding mechanisms, and guide the future of stormwater management in Pinehurst. We completed the project in 2 phases. Phase 1 really focused on reviewing our existing policies, ordinances, regulations. These guys gathered sample policies and ordinances from other communities. They reviewed work order tickets from MyVOP to note trends and issues. We asked them to review the design storm and return frequency, the 10-year storm, to see if we needed to do changes there. Kind of something we hear a lot about is to review options and potential restrictions for stormwater discharge from existing developed and proposed development lots in single-family residential areas. So a lot of the complaints that we get are in areas that were platted back in the 1970s or 80s, these infill lots. Somebody goes in, builds a house, and the neighbor said, I haven't had a house beside me for 20 years since I've lived here, and now they're dumping water on me. Is there something we can do in those situations? And Michael will address that and talk about that here in a little bit. The additional scope of work had some public engagement, and then one of the things that came out of the comp plan was to look at implementing rules for post-construction maintenance. We did have a public engagement meeting. Gosh, it's been a while since we had that, but Kristen has that set up on the Engage Pinehurst website. I think that's still up. We did also give people the opportunity to comment on Engage Pinehurst, and we've received 19 comments or concerns on there. I think we had 18, we were sitting at 18 for a while, and somebody put one up there just a couple of weeks ago. But the other thing I'll say too is My VOP really serves as a 24/7 option for our residents to get engaged and tell us about stormwater issues. I look back, we had 126 stormwater tickets in FY23 submitted by our residents or ones that we put in, and we're already at 44, and we're not even through Q1 in FY24. So we do get a lot of tickets that come in from the public, and we put tickets in ourselves when we find stuff out there. All right, phase two. So we identified what we'll call some problem areas and asked them to do some engineering evaluations of that. I will say these are not every single problem area we have in Pinehurst. And I use the term problem area a little loosely. The ones that kind of involve big drainage basins where we needed them to do some engineering analysis, some computer models and all that are the ones that we had them look at. So that was in their phase two scope of work. Asked to help with projecting future funding needs, which problem areas may qualify for grant funding, which unfortunately we don't qualify for much, but we did ask them to look at that, and there's a section in the report about that. And then looking at the advantages, disadvantages, and feasibility of establishing a delegated erosion control program in lieu of using the state for these services. So we kind of put a lot on them. They've provided us with a lot of data back. And I'm going to stop there and shift over to Michael. Is there anything, I know I went through that kind of fast, but I know you've heard a lot of that before. Are there any questions, anything with what I presented there that we need to discuss before we get into their specific recommendations?
The only thing I'd be curious about is,
Yeah.
I recall at one time we did brief the NAC on this.
I
we
did
not?
a similar presentation to the NAC.
Was it several months ago, or was it much longer ago?
Yeah, it wasn't quite, it was maybe 6-8 months ago.
Okay, we should obviously bring them up to date again, but.
Sure, can do that.
Again, so far, and I've gone through this, I think this is something that would be well-received and easy to understand, which be helpful. That's all. Thanks. Dr. Morgan, did you have some?
All I was going to say is move forward. Thank you.
Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, and thank you, Mike, and good evening. Recommendations that we're bringing forward with this report cover the breadth of the different things that we were asked to look at. We'll focus in on some of the more, I think, important points in this evening's discussion. The first was looking at post-construction maintenance requirements. We had a lot of discussion with staff over different difficulties and challenges that they're having with enforcing maintenance, identifying who's responsible for maintenance of SCMs once they're installed, confirming that things are done in an orderly fashion. And we went through a pretty exhaustive evaluation of benchmark communities. We looked at 7 different communities that we coordinated with staff on, again, to identify which communities fared well with comparison in size, either of the organization that we're dealing with or in the size of the community or the type of the community that we're dealing with. And I think we got a fairly good representation of each one of those factors. The recommendation coming forward here, several of these recommendations come from that benchmarking effort that we did.
Can I add something to that real quick? Sorry. We have a statement in our engineering standards manual that says all stormwater control measures shall be properly maintained by the property owner. That's what it says. But sometimes that's a little difficult. They may say, oh, I am properly maintaining it. So that's kind of where this came from, is let's put some additional guidelines in place to where if somebody's not doing what they are supposed to do, we have a little bit of enforcement action here, I guess.
So to that point, our recommendations are to put an operations and maintenance agreement in place. We would recommend doing this not only with new development that's coming in, making that part of your development review process going forward, but also going through and seeing if you could put that agreement in place with existing development that has SEMs or has other features that require maintenance. Then as we are looking for, if you could, next slide.
Next slide.
Additional recommendations, we gave examples of O&M agreements that are used in several other communities and used effectively. In many communities, we help with the enforcement of these or the installation of these O&M agreements through that process. We also recommend looking at property owner, making it clear to the property owner that they must provide the annual maintenance and inspections. This is different from you must mow your grass. This is actually hiring a water resources professional, a professional engineer to come out and do a technical evaluation of their stormwater control measure, validate that it is being properly maintained, it is properly functioning at this time, and then that report is signed and sealed and delivered back to the village.
And
How much does
am I
that
correct
cost?
in, oh, go ahead.
How much does that cost?
It can range, depending on the type of facility, anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 up. If you've got a facility that has multiple different SEMs that work in conjunction, they tend to cost more just because we've got to look at more things. If you have underground facilities that have under drains, there may be some additional costs to validate that those under drains, because you can't see them, are properly cleaned, properly draining. So it can vary from facility to facility, but I would say typical facilities would be $1,500 to $2,500.
Per year.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong then. What I'm hearing you say is that you recommend that we require these property owners to spend $1,500 to $2,500 a year to get an annual report to demonstrate that they are in compliance. Is that a correct assessment or not correct?
What I was going to say too is, am I correct in that the other communities that you looked at, this is a pretty common thing that they do in those communities? Is that correct?
We work with several communities and that do this same thing, that we assist with enforcement on, and do reviews of these reports as they come in. And several of probably, there are only a few of the benchmark communities that we looked at that don't require this.
And which properties are going to be required to do this?
Typically, it would be for properties that have a stormwater control measure, so a pond, dry detention pond, a standing, open water pond, wetland, some feature that was constructed for the purposes of controlling stormwater runoff.
How many properties do you think there are in Pinehurst that fall into that category?
That's a tougher question.
Yeah, I think what they're saying on this would be the larger sites. So if you have a subdivision, if it's newer development, you have a subdivision that's 50 lots, whatever, they're going to have a stormwater pond that services that is likely the property and maintained by an HOA, or a commercial site. So these new commercial sites, anything that falls under our engineering standards manual, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're not talking about that necessarily for single-family residential lots. Somebody builds a house, they're not required to do this. It's for the larger sites.
All right, guys, let's say that again, because I'm hearing what they're saying. So somebody goes and buys a property, and they found out they have to do this, and then they find out that every single year, they've got to spend $1,500 to $2,000. But then you just said not on single-family lots.
Correct.
So, okay, so.
Mike,
That's where I think this recommendation is coming from.
And Mike, not that you have to answer it right now, but that's something I want to see more fidelity on. Exactly what is the impact on our citizens? To what degree is it really just the entire subdivision, that kind of stuff, and know that better.
I think we'll have an opportunity to discuss that here in a couple minutes on an additional slide as well, but I will be happy to get that for you.
So I guess moving on with other recommendations, development of specific inspection criteria. So if it's left unsaid, each engineer may have their own criteria that they utilize. So we'd recommend to have a standard criteria that you require that make sure that you've got your minimum measures validated and confirmed. Also identify frequency that this needs to be done. Typically, it's done on an annual basis. It could be done on a different frequency. And then also enforcement mechanisms. And I think the last item is probably the most important of any of these. If you're going to put rules and regulations into place for compliance, they're basically toothless unless you have some type of enforcement requirement that goes along with it, that gives your staff the ability to impose penalties or fines if they're not complied with. And again, those are very typical of a number of the benchmark communities where we've got plenty of references to go by to identify the typical range of these fines and enforcement criteria.
What type of reaction from some of the benchmark communities was received from residents once you implemented this program?
I would say that, I mean, a good example would be the City of Oxford. We've worked with them for many years. We went through about 2 years ago. They had not been enforcing their program for a few years at that point. And we went through and tried to catch them up. And for the most part, we had probably 80% compliance when we went through and sent out letters and said, hey, by the way, you signed this agreement, you're responsible for doing this, please submit your annual reports. Of the 20%, we probably ended up resolving maybe 50% of those with just a follow-up letter. And then there were the few that we probably have, I think we still have one that's still pending, and that was done 8 months ago. So the city at this point is considering doing some type of further action related to their enforcement that they have in place. And right now, their enforcement is not, it's probably one of the most lenient enforcement rules that I know of at the time. It gives them the ability to fine by the day, by the month, by the year, but the fine levels are relatively small.
How many property owners in the city of Oxford were initially involved with?
I think we had 25.
Oh, okay, it's 25.
Yeah, I think we had 25 that we first notified, and we went out and did follow-up inspections on each one of those to validate and verify because they had not been inspected for several years, and then required them to come online and have their own inspections done the following year. So that was the city's, I guess, way of trying to address, yes, we know we've been lax on this, we're going to do the first one. We're going to be requiring you to do this moving forward from here.
Do any other municipalities in Moore County have this?
I do, not that I'm aware of, but none of us are Phase 2 communities either. I was going to ask Michael, is Oxford a Phase 2 community?
Oxford is not a Phase 2 community, but they do have a requirement that is similar to Phase 2 in that they're required to regulate to what's called the TARPAM rules.
Okay.
So in a lot of ways, they do have similar criteria and a requirement to have water quality as part of their overall stormwater program.
Are we required to do this?
We are not. That's what I guess where I was going with that, and that's why I kind of brought up the Phase 2 stuff before. I think if we were a Phase 2 community, we would be a little more, I believe one of the mandated requirements for Phase 2 is to have post-construction standards. Now, I don't know all the details of if you have to do specifically what you're talking about here, but I know you use templates from other municipalities to try and give us some recommendations on what we could do here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the reason I'm asking is my initial impression is this is onerous and heavy-handed. It really is. And so I'm trying to find a way to soften it and make it seem a little less onerous and heavy-handed. That's
Maybe reduce the frequency. Maybe
reduce it.
annual inspections isn't really necessary, if every 5 years or something like that.
Well, if that's a possibility, because right now, it seems, I can't think of any other words other than onerous and heavy-handed.
Lydia, I hear your sentiment. I would recommend that we finish the brief, and then we can talk about it from there, because I think we may see some other stuff on.
Sure. Fine.
All right, so with the last point on this slide, House Bill 488, and we'll talk about this again, but one of the elements that came out of House Bill 488 was a limitation on financial guarantees. So there are limitations on the village and your ability to place requirements that have financial implications back on property owners. We won't get into the details of exactly how that is, but suffice to say that they limit the amount that you can put back on them.
Which would be a financial guarantee they would have to put up, I guess, verifying that they're going to maintain their.
Like a bond.
maintain their SCM. It's like a bond, that's correct. And so, yeah, there are limitations on that, as Michael said. And I can send you the wording for this. It says we can require them to submit to set up a bank account, and we can verify that they have funds in their account, which is kind of odd to me that, like, we want to be in verifying people's bank accounts, but anyway.
But the recommendation wouldn't require
It would
No.
not.
this anyway.
That's one of the
It's just
reasons we
a
stopped
way to
short.
enhance enforcement, I guess is.
Correct.
Yeah.
One of the other compliance requirements that's very typical of the benchmark communities is to require a bond, and to require that they maintain that bond so that it is in a position where the community can access that funding if they're non-compliant. And now House Bill 48 has removed that potential, or at least tampered that.
Captive.
Yeah. Moving on, I guess, to the next slide here. So recommendation of a stormwater development manual. Our recommendations, in addition to what we have the items we're speaking to here tonight, included a review of all of the current manuals that you have that regulate stormwater, your ESSM, your PDO, et cetera. And we have written recommendations that have been provided back to staff for both making those more comprehensive and also interleaving them, making sure that they coincide, their language coincides, and one doesn't regulate more than the other, or one is contrary to the other. So as part of that, we're also recommending that you take all of these documents and integrate them into a single document. That would be a stormwater development manual. It makes it easier for developers to be able to come to your community and understand what your rules and regulations are related to stormwater development. That's the simplest way to put it. It also provides for a more cohesive and comprehensive document for maintaining as you move forward, so that you don't have to go through this exercise multiple times to look at different documents and make sure that they're all updated coincidentally.
The key is the second bullet, adopt specific criteria and procedures. So this is something new. We're going to be combining what's in other documents, but then we're going to be also adopting some new.
So you pick out the second bullet. That is an additional item that we were recommending, which is adopting specific criteria for protecting downstream properties. And this goes back to the comment that Michael made earlier, related to a lot of the complaints that they receive are having property owners who didn't have neighbors that suddenly do have neighbors, and they feel like they're being impacted by this new runoff that's coming at them. So one way of addressing that would be to adopt standards that are in your compliance requirements and in your development requirements that identify what you can and can't do as you develop or redevelop new lands. And we'll talk more to that on another item here.
And that would be subject to public input, public hearing and all that. Okay.
Yes, as a new ordinance,
Yes.
it
Okay.
would be subject to public input.
Yeah, if we were to proceed with this, we would obviously come back to you with that manual for review and approval.
All right, so the next recommendation ties into the last bullet discussion that we had. There's been a lot of discussion throughout the time that we've been involved in the development of this report about utilizing a higher standard. And let me first say that one of the reasons why you're not an NPDES Phase 2 community today is because you already have higher standards. You already require more than what's required by the state minimums. And the 10-year storm is a good example of that. So going to anything more than the 10-year storm would be just further enhancing those existing higher standards. One of the issues was brought forward, or one of the suggestions was brought forward, to move to the 25-year event and move away from the 10-year event. We went through a variety of different what-if scenarios. We discussed that more in detail in the report, but our recommendations were to move in the direction of either implementing a 2, 10, and 25-year flow standard, and that seemed to be more complex than a lot of the developers like to deal with. They don't like to model all the multiple storms. You get a lot of feedback from the smaller firms that don't do the more sophisticated modeling, that this is onerous and more costly, and you get that same feedback from the developers. We moved in another direction, so ultimately our recommendation now is to utilize both the 10-year pre-post discharge event that you currently have, but then add on a 2-year volume criteria. This ends up with a minimal change in the overall size of the pond, but the main thing that it does that's different is that your 10-year criteria or any flow criteria is based on detention. So it's slowing the water down to match some prior flow. In this case, we'd be looking at retention or holding back a certain volume of water from every storm that comes through. So you're going to see more of a direct benefit to those property owners who are seeing new water come at them. Because if you've got a new development and you impose this criteria, now you're holding back that 2-year storm. Well, it's 2-year storm always came at them before at a lower rate. Now you're holding all of it back. And you're still allowing them to discharge the 10-year that you've always allowed them to discharge. So it seems like it more directly addresses the concerns that were brought forward by staff and by residents. And that's why we're moving forward with that recommendation. There are, I think it's a less onerous issue for developers and engineers to also contend with, because it's very simple mathematics to incorporate that in addition to the 10-year. And it also is very representative of a lot of the other benchmark communities. So
what, can you describe what is a 2-year volume? Is there a way to think about that in terms of like comparing it to 3 inches in an hour?
Yeah, I guess to give you a good example, a lot of the communities that are phase 2 communities are required to provide water quality treatment in addition to water quantity. So for them, they're typically required to hold back the first 1 inch. A 2-year storm is roughly that same amount of volume.
So it's the first inch.
Basically, it's the first inch. It's going to vary depending on where you are in the state. Sometimes it's going to be slightly higher, slightly lower. But I think in simple terms, that's an equivalent volume of runoff from a site.
So going back to the example that we used before, the 3 inches in an hour that happens fairly frequently or not infrequently is causing a problem for downstream property owners. The impact of this would be they'd be seeing 2 inches in that hour instead of 3.
Correct. From those properties that have stormwater control measures implemented on them, those property owners that are downstream would have the benefit provided by that amount of volume being retained on the site, and that amount of volume could then be infiltrated, again, going back to trying to promote the infiltration rather than the runoff of stormwater.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So the next one focuses less on the public and more on what staff currently does. We had recommended a proactive inlet swale and pipe cleaning program. Right now, based on our discussions with staff, most of this is done in a responsive measure. We are informed of a problem, we go out and fix the problem, we remove the debris that's there. What this would do would be not to supplant that, but to enhance that program. It would typically look at something like 10 or 20% of the system per year. If you use the 20%, then that would allow you to go through and say that every 5-year CIP cycle, we will have covered 100% of our property. And what it does, it allow you to see more of the involvement of your staff in reaching all of the various areas of stormwater management throughout your community, so that you don't end up with the problem areas consuming most of the time, and the areas that are not being complained about, or the areas that are less frequently problems, not getting any attention at all. It gives a more widespread distribution. It does have a tendency to get a little bit more positive response from the public because they see your folks out in their neighborhood more frequently.
And all of this is on village-owned property.
I'm sorry, didn't you?
All of this is on village-owned property.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I would add to that too, just that first bullet there. We had them look at my VOP requests, stormwater requests from 18 to 22, FY 18 to 22. The most prevalent word used, and it was not even close, was clean. Now, I will say a lot of that was put in by staff. We'll go out and find something. We've started being a lot more proactive than I think we used to be. So we'll put something in for our crews to go clean it. But I think having a goal of 20% of the system each year is certainly something that will enhance that. We're still, obviously going to get the stuff in from residents through my VOP and complaints about things, but certainly being more proactive is a better thing in this case.
Yeah, Mike, or maybe Jeff Sanborn, the first time I realized that you can sort of do a word search in my VOP and figure out what have people commonly said. I mean, you've got a 5-year data analysis right there of a word. I mean, I think that maybe opportunities for us to do that elsewhere, but thank you for alerting me to that. I'm very impressed. Secondly, what is involved in a cleaning? Exactly. What
Could be
happens?
different things. So if it's a pipe, pipes get stopped up with leaves, pine
Right.
straw. We love our trees here,
Like your gutters? I mean, is it-
well, I mean, we're talking about the pipes that are in our right of way that go, say, cross pipes that go beneath the road. We do have a camera where we can go in there and look at that. We have a jetter machine too, so we're going in and cleaning them out with a jetter machine. But I think, if you look at the actual recommendation, it's inlet, swale, and pipe cleaning program. I think we need to be more proactive cleaning out our swales because, our roadside, we'll call them swales, not ditches, but they do fill up over time with leaves and pine cones and things like that. So that may be something we just have some guys go out and rake it out, but it may be something else we need some heavier equipment to do. So it's a variety of things just to make sure that it's functioning in the manner that it was intended to function.
And it also addresses things like sedimentation. These are low-lying areas that collect water on a regular basis, and one of the things that happens as water starts to settle after the storm is you drop out a lot of your sediments that have been brought in off of your roadside and your adjacent lots. So your ditches, your swales have a tendency to fill up with sediments over time. Going through and cleaning those out keeps them flowing, keeps positive flow going downhill. You can make water not flow downhill by making water not flow. So another thing is the vegetation. Vegetation has a tendency to be very prolific growth in these areas because it's commonly wet. So going back and trimming vegetation to keep it up out of the swales and not impeding the flow in those swales during high storm events is another benefit.
One more question for you on that. I love basically having proactive programs, and typically it actually lowers cost on there. Have you done a cost analysis to look at this to see, because we will be cleaning some stuff that probably may not have needed to be cleaned, but you have the benefit of not having emergency responses to the degree that you would otherwise. Is this going to be a cheaper thing, about the same, or is this something we're going to require more staff to be able to do?
What I would say is over time, I think you will see some reduction in cost. I have not gone through and tried to do an analysis of a specific, financial recurrence over years for a community that suddenly implemented one of these programs. But it stands to reason that with more proactive maintenance, you're going to see less immediate response or emergency response type activity over time. My next point, I think, goes to your other question.
Yeah, I would say too, I think the intent, at least at first with this, would be to use our existing streets and ground staff to do the majority of the cleaning. I feel like in my mind, we can do that. But there may be times when we would have to have, for deep pipes or things like that, have contractors come in. So there will be some cost, but I don't think it's extensive, based on what I know about the system. But let's go to your next point.
So again, based on discussions with staff, as well as our observations of all the things that staff is currently responsible for, we are recommending the addition of one staff person for your stormwater program. And this is not primarily to look at retroactively what you're currently doing, but if you implement some or all of these recommendations, there's going to be a number of additional requirements that are being brought on to your existing staff. And with some of these elements, like the operations and maintenance agreements, there's a lot of management of data and tracking and verifying what's been done on an annual basis, going back and sending out communication to the public. All of that is going to be in excess of what your staff currently does. And we would recommend that, I believe at this point, your staff is fairly covered up with the work that they currently have. So an additional staff person, I think, would be appropriate. If you go through and choose to implement some and not all of these, certainly that could be reevaluated as whether or not you could bring on a half-time staff person, or based on the recommendations that you choose to move forward with, is that staff person an office staff person, more of an administrative staff, or is that person more of a field staff to assist with cleaning or other activities? So
We do have an additional staff person built into the 5-year CIP. I think it was for next year, I think, for FY '25. So it's been built into the CIP because we knew this was coming. I'll just point that out.
And then the next slide that we have is we entitle Future Considerations. These were originally recommendations, and based on further coordination with feedback that we received on the draft manual that we published some months ago, we decided that we're going to pull these back to future considerations. And it goes back to trying to address the issue of having new development or infill development. One of the things that we can, I believe, do if you choose to move in this direction would be to look at those developments where they meet a certain threshold of new BUA is built upon area. So it would be looking at a commercial development coming in adjacent to a residential development, or an infill lot where you've got an existing residential home on either side, and the home that comes in between is 2 or 3 times the size of the home on either side. The old bungalow versus the new mega mansion type scenario, where that lot is now generating more than its fair share of, if it were building exactly like the lots on either side, it would just be normal progression of what was originally planned for that lot. This would be addressing something that would be significantly more than what may have been originally planned for that lot. And it would be a way of trying to engage with the developer, with the landowner, to look at what type of practices are being put in place to manage their stormwater on their site and not impose that as a burden on their neighbors. So if this were brought to its full conclusion, you may go through and actually seek to bring this in as an ordinance, tie enforcement elements with it, tie it back to your development plan process and development review process. At this point, we're saying, let's at least consider what this might look like, and maybe step forward with first engaging with them to have them come in once they meet a certain threshold, and just engage with staff and talk to them. Maybe you can get compliance simply by saying, hey, this is an issue, this is a concern. Would you consider putting in rain barrels or other types of measures that are more geared towards single-family residential or small lot development that are not full-blown SEMs, but still better manage the water on the site and reduce the runoff to adjacent lots. And do it more as a voluntary measure or an educational measure at this time. So that's why we're bringing it forward as a future consideration.
Tell me again, BUA stands for?
Built upon area.
Built upon area.
And it's essentially trying to differentiate the area of the lot that's grassed or versus the area of the lot that has some type of development impervious area, as it were, put on it. And the SFR in the slide is single-family residential lot.
And this would be the one, if we really wanted to take it to the extreme, where somebody builds a house on an infill lot. Right now, it's in here as a consultation for consideration of stormwater controls. If you wanted to go to, requiring that somebody, maintain the pre-post flow on their individual residential lot, and then that brings in potential annual inspections, and is staff going and trying to monitor these and make sure, I mean, that would be difficult on staff, but I think this is a good first step for that if we wanted to try something along those lines.
Any other recommendations, or is this?
The next couple slides move in the direction of talking about the stormwater problem area solutions. So that's the end of the recommendations.
Yeah, I would just say on the problem areas, we had them look at, we've got 7, I think, listed on here, and our intent is not to go through all of these. We do have pretty detailed engineering analyses of these, and, I think staff would come back and try to prioritize these in our budget, get them done either with the ones that have a public benefit to them, get them done in accordance with or per the funds that you guys have allocated for us, and then there may be some that we would have to bring back to you as special projects.
The one I most commonly see is the Blake Boulevard flooding, right across from that post office. when that
Absolutely.
Pond just expands.
That is that one. We actually are doing kind of that in-house right now, evaluating that in-house. We've tried to clean, it's an interesting situation there. You've got the pond that's on private property. The pipe actually drains back towards Monticello, down by the,
Tower?
yeah, kind of towards the water tower. The pipe is in and out of the right-of-way. It kind of appears like it might go uphill a little bit. We tried to clean it out with our equipment. We found a shovel in the pipe, if you can believe that, a shovel in the pipe, but we couldn't even get all the way through it. So we're actually going to hire a contractor to go in and do a real heavy cleaning of that. We're going to follow up and do a survey, because if it goes uphill, that's a problem, because stormwater goes downhill, not uphill. And then come up with a solution on that too. So yeah, that's pretty high on my radar screen right now, to try to come up with a solution on that, because that area does flood in heavy rains, and it goes out into the road there as well. Now, the pond is on private property, so that it gets a little tricky with that, but it does impact our road, which makes it a public benefit there. Just a couple more slides. You want to talk about that one, just the local erosion control program?
Yeah, we were also asked to look at whether or not it would be appropriate for the village to implement their own local erosion control program. The state does provide a very detailed process by which you can become a delegated community. Many of the communities that we used for benchmark are delegated communities. One of the things that I think came to light most recently with House Bill 488 is that one of these programs are difficult to make self-funded. Even before House Bill 488, it usually takes more staff time to implement a program like this than it does for the amount of money that you get in with fees to pay for that staff time. And now House Bill 488 specifically limits the amount that can be collected per inspection or through the program for permits to those state standards, which are very low, on the order of $100 per permit. So it doesn't even come close to trying to maintain appropriate staff level person to do this at a local program level. So unless this is a major problem for your community that you feel like you want to put additional resources of your own into, we don't recommend pursuing this at this time and continuing to do as you currently do, which is have your local staff coordinate with county staff and make sure that anything that is above the 1 acre threshold is addressed at the county and the state level.
State level, yeah. All right, this is the last slide, and then we can go into questions. I do want to go back and just remind you, one of the things that came out of the comprehensive plan was to consider or evaluate the generation of a stormwater utility. So just to make sure we understand exactly what that is, that would be a separate fee that is charged to residents. A lot of communities that have these do it monthly via their water bill. We don't have that luxury because the county sends out a water bill. Some do it on their annual tax bill, but that funds a specific stormwater program. It's pretty common amongst the NPDES Phase 2 communities because they have mandatory requirements that they have to do. We have $460,000 per year for stormwater capital projects built into our 5-year plan, which is $2.3 million total. Part of their analysis kind of rendered an opinion that the current CIP budget is sufficient to meet the needs of the village. So after talking with Brooke while she was here, I've talked with Dana about this as well. Staff's not recommending we dive into a stormwater utility at this time by assessing a fee to our residents for that. The option is always available in the future if needed. We're going to continue to pursue grant opportunities as they present themselves. Michael's addressed some of those in the stormwater master plan. Unfortunately, we simply don't. A lot of them are need-based, and we don't qualify for those. But there may be some opportunities for us to do that in the future, and if there is, we will jump on that.
Does any of the money that's collected from us monthly in our water bill go towards stormwater management anywhere in the county or here?
We don't collect any money from our water bill. 'Cause
No,
it
not
goes to
you,
Moore
but
County, right.
Moore County Public Utilities,
Does any of their money go towards what?
stormwater management.
Not for the village of Pinehurst, no. I think it all goes to, it goes to drinking water and sewer, sanitary sewer.
It's a separate utility.
It's a separate utility.
Thank you. Anybody have other questions?
Yeah, I'm going to dive back into what Lydia was talking about before. Got a series of recommendations. The inspections, how many inspections, if we were to require everybody to have an inspection once a year, how many total inspections would that involve throughout our village?
I think it depends on, do we start this now, or do we go back, try to do that retroactively to I would not have the number if we went back retroactively to ones that are actual, like, larger stormwater control measures. If we started now, it would just be, how many site plans do we do a year? Maybe it'd be subdivisions, it'd be commercial developments, it'd be a handful per year.
Critical initially.
Yeah.
Under a dozen?
Ballpark it.
Okay, under a dozen.
Under a dozen.
5 or 6 a year.
Okay, and how long does it take to do these inspections?
You tell me that.
Typically, the inspections are 2 to 3 hours plus maybe another hour or two of paperwork.
So if we were to go with your recommendation number 5, funded, I'm going to put the 5 there, but the slide that was on there was fund a dedicated stormwater staff person. Is it reasonable to have that individual be trained on how to do these inspections and to do them at these different sites?
Oh, absolutely.
Instead of making,
Instead of charging them, making them contract with somebody?
correct,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, maybe.
trying to avoid an additional cost on,
To where we're going to do the inspection instead of
Yes.
requiring them to do that?
because ultimately, we're the ones who are going to act upon it.
As of right now, I'm only aware of one community, Rocky Mount, that does all of their own inspections of private SCMs. And they have a utility, and as part of their utilities, typically when they're implemented, they're very concerned about trying to establish equity, that everyone that pays into the utility gets some benefit out of it. And that was one of their ways of addressing equity, was that they were going to utilize part of their utility funds to go out and do this as a public benefit to everyone, because these SEMs, if not properly maintained, contribute to a problem that the public has to deal with.
Well, I look at this similar to like a fire inspection. our firemen go out and do the inspections.
Yeah. So it's
And-
not, I wouldn't say that it's common, but it's certainly not unheard of for communities to take this responsibility on themselves rather than putting it back on the property owner.
Because, and I understand it's still a cost either way, whether you're getting it from taxes or not, but just on first glance on this, that seems more palatable to me, where we go and inspect it. And I don't like making citizens hire a contract person to do an inspection. Ultimately, if we're doing the inspections ourselves, we know exactly what we're looking for, and it is more equitable, it's fair on what you're looking at, and you know, we have a right to go on those properties. So I throw that out there. Lydia, I know you were talking before, and I kind of cut you off, and I apologize for that, but.
Well, no, I like the suggestion. It's just, like I said, to me, it's onerous and heavy-handed to tell them, okay, you've got one more fee you've got to pay. And for us to do it ourselves, just, to me, it's a little bit more acceptable when selling it in the view of the public.
So I would, in my response to that, what I would ask of you is if you're going to take on the responsibility for the village to go out and do the inspections, if you find that something's deficient, then that begs the next question. Who's responsible for bringing it back into compliance?
Well, who would have been responsible if we had a contractor give you a report that they're deficient?
Still be the owner. But my point is that if you go that direction and you're going to do the inspections, then it brings us back to putting ordinance in place that then allows you to enforce that.
Understand, and the property owner would be the one who's required to correct the deficiencies. So I don't see that changing. All I'm seeing here is that we're not putting a requirement on a property owner or a group of properties to do the inspection with a contractor, then reports it out. And again, I use the analogy of like a fire inspection. When our firefighters identify an issue, when they inspect a property, the owner is then required to make the adjustments and fix it. And then they come back and they do another inspection to follow up and said, yep, you fixed it.
So I think in that case, they would sign an O&M agreement. It would give us the authority to go in and do the inspections. They would have to agree in that O&M agreement as well, that if we find deficiencies, they are required to fix them. So
Well,
it
that
just
was kind of
doesn't-
my understanding from the first slide you presented on recommendations.
That's right.
I just want to make sure that I understood the implications of what you had in mind for the rest of the.
Are there types of facilities, like underground facilities, where it wouldn't be realistic for a village staff member to be able to do that without some sort of technology support as well? That
Potentially, yeah. I mean,
you mentioned underground facilities and the drains that you can't see, and so how do you check those? And
Correct. So you can identify whether or not they're functioning to a degree, in that if you've got an underground facility such as an underdrain that's discharging at some point, either into a catch basin or a free discharge into a swale, so you can observe that after rainfall and see whether or not there's actually discharge coming out. You can typically tell when those systems are clogged up because the pond doesn't drain and it generates more runoff than it would otherwise, and it holds water for a longer period of time. So there are things that you can observe that would imply that there's probably something more, and that may be a way to make those observations as part of your staff, and then if certain criteria aren't met related to those systems, bring it back to the owner's attention, make them do the further investigation to hire someone to come in and run the pipe cleaning through and verify the outcome. All of those things, as you start, I guess, peeling back the onion here, you get into a lot of these different questions that you'll need to work through as you put this ordinance in place and you try and determine exactly what you're going to take responsibility for, what you're going to put back on the owner, and how you're going to enforce that.
you're recommending we have a program. You're not telling us how to do it.
That's correct. And we've also provided several examples of ways that programs have been successful in different communities that were used for the benchmark, so.
Okay, I appreciate the information there as for the rest of the presentation, to include the non-recommendations of the erosion aspect on there. I certainly appreciate it and ready to move forward on this.
Thank you.
But what are next steps for you guys?
I think we've got some good feedback from you all tonight. these guys have a draft report. My suggestion is that we implement the recommendations or the feedback that we've
Incorporate.
gotten into the final report, and you guys submit a final draft for us, and I can bring that back before you for adoption if that's what you so
I think
choose
that's
to
a
do.
good idea.
For sure.
Tom, do you have any questions? Okay. Lydia, anything else?
Done.
Morgan?
No, I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
for the
Mike.
Thank you all
And
very
Michael.
much. Thank you.
May we take a quick break, please?
Actually, talking about, water flow, it's, kind of remind me to take a break too.
Go downhill.
It does go downhill, yes. Okay. Okay, let us begin. Fees and charges schedule update, harness track, additional agenda details. Welcome.
There's your intro.
Thank you. This is obviously an off-cycle request. If you'll recall, I believe when we talked about fees and charges back in January, and maybe as part of the budget process, we talked about the need to establish fees for the new RV spaces that are being installed down at the harness track. So with training season upon us, starting October 15th, we wanted to bring these fees to you for your consideration and approval so that we could get the lease and advertise these RV spaces. Obviously, we've already been talking to potential trainers who are interested in these. But before we can move forward with them, we need to get these fees approved. So what we're proposing is a $400 monthly rate or a $2,500 full season rate. The full season rate would run from October through the end of April. Basically, May 1st would be when they would have to have the vehicle off site. Like I said, we do have 6 spaces. These are being installed right now behind barn 10. The space has been cleared. We have the utilities installed. So we will provide electric and water service. We will not provide sewer. So it will be the responsibility of the RV owners to either take their vehicle to a dump station or contract with a septic contractor who will come on site and empty the tank for them. So we're here tonight to get your approval for that, see if you have any questions. The village attorney has reviewed and signed off on the lease that we attached to the agenda tonight. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions from members of council?
I haven't been back there yet. Are they done?
We have the water and electrical are in place. We're just waiting on Duke to come back and re-energize the line that serves the barn, and then we'll have to finish the upgrade of the electric panel and get the water hooked back up. But it's close. They may start going ahead and gravel. Duke was on site today locating where they would run the power tube, and we think they're going to go on the perimeter of the pad, which means we can go ahead and get all of our gravel in place and just be ready for them to energize.
Have any of the owners, trainers, whatever, indicated an interest in using these this coming year?
Not specifically to me, but talking with Scotty down at the harness track, he's indicated that he's at least had 2 or 3 who are interested. And we actually have a current tenant who rents Barn 19, the horse transportation business. He's expressed an interest. That would be something we'd have to talk about because this is just intended for to be during the training season. But that would be something we could consider if you wanted to do so.
Yeah, and it brings up the question, what does a full season mean?
Right, well, full season for this obviously is October to May. So 7 months is that time frame that we've specified in the lease that a recreational vehicle can be there. They have to be removed May 1st. So if you wanted to entertain for the tenant in Barn 19, who is a year-round resident, that would be something I think we would
have to negotiate separately.
That's correct, yep.
Also, Jeff Batten was nice enough to give me these reports from 2010, and I haven't had a chance to look at them yet, but if I have any questions, I'll come look for you.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll be happy to answer.
Dr. Morgan.
I move to approve Resolution 2344, amending fee schedule.
Second? Motion is
Okay.
second.
Let's take a vote. Is all in favor of that motion? Say aye.
Aye.
We're done.
Thank you, Art.
You're welcome for the fastest item you'll have tonight, so.
That's why it was so fast.
Challenge accepted to be faster than Mark tonight. I'm just presenting the 2023 resident survey, so I'm sure it'll be just as fast.
Go ahead, begin.
All right.
Very good.
Good evening. Matthew McCarahan. Organizational Performance Director. I'm happy to present the 2023 Community Survey findings for you this evening. And I am going to need the mouse. So today is really kind of setting the stage for what we've seen so far from the 2023 survey results, and then we're going to be going into much more detail as we start preparing for the strategic planning retreat. So this is the beginning of data and information that you will be provided over the coming months. In the next couple of weeks as well, we'll be looking at the business survey results and then going into the environmental scan work that you all know so well to prepare for the FY 2025 strategic planning retreats that will be coming up. So to kick off today, just as a quick reminder, our survey partner is ETC Institute. We've been partnering with them for quite a few years now, about a decade. But they are one of the leaders in local government surveys and community surveys, as you can see, since 2010, over 2.2 million people surveyed in over 900 communities. We're going to go over briefly the purpose and the methodology behind the survey, as well as a general overview of the findings, and then looking at, I've also provided some benchmark data that's hot off the presses for you all. I hope you all have had an opportunity to stop by your mailbox. If not, I recommend after this meeting to stop by. We were able to receive the Mid-Atlantic and U.S. benchmarking data associated with that. So we'll go over a little bit of that as well. And then I'll be happy to provide or answer any questions that I can at the end. So for yourselves and also for people listening at home and in the Assembly Hall, the purpose is to objectively assess resident satisfaction with the delivery of major village services. So it also helps us, as I mentioned, to determine what those priorities that the village should focus on, both in the next year as a part of our strategic planning retreats, but because we do a 5-year strategic planning process, it helps us to look at and prioritize over the next 5 years. It also helps us to look at different trends, both measured trends from previous surveys to see how we are, how we're doing, and where we're going to be going in the future. And then it also helps us to understand our performance with residents regionally and nationally. So ETC Institute will look at residents or look at communities in which they serve at different populations. For us in particular, it's under 30,000 and in the Mid-Atlantic region, and then as well as across nationally. So we'll go into those data points a little bit more as well. This is a 7-page survey, and it's quite lengthy and robust. It's our 12th year, as I mentioned, conducting this survey with the village. We do this method by administering it by both mail and online to a random sample of village residents. And so typically, and I'm going to be general here, but what happens is that ETC Institute, so we rely on our third party to send out these and receive these surveys, that they will mail out the survey and then within a couple of weeks be able to then follow up in any other methods in which they have for that residence in order to try to receive that survey back. And so residents have the opportunity to do it both in mail form, they can mail it back to them, back to ETC Institute, or they are able to actually scan a QR code or enter the link that is on the document in order to go online and fulfill the survey. The survey takes approximately 15 to 20 minutes, sometimes a little more, a little less, but about that time. This year, we received 703 completed responses to the survey. We have a goal of 700. By doing so, we received a margin of error of plus or minus 3.7% at a 95% confidence level. The other goal that we have as well is that yes?
What was our margin of error last year?
3.4%.
There's a greater margin of error.
Yes, slightly, and that's because we had about 830 or so responses. And just to clarify, that doesn't necessarily mean that more or less people responded, or although it does, what we look at is, or what ETC does, is that they keep it open for a certain amount of time. And then at the, let's say, 2-week period, they look at the numbers and they say, did we reach our minimum of 700? And last year, for instance, when they looked at that time span, they had approximately 830, so they closed it at that time. When they looked this year at that time span, there were 703. Still met that goal, so therefore they closed it.
Oh, so 830 last year, okay.
Approximately. I don't have the number right in front of me, but that number is sticking in my head. So Yeah, that's why there is a slight larger margin of error. So general overview, some of the findings. Residents have a very positive perception of the village, and this is something that I've seen since I've been here as well. It's 94% rated as an excellent or good place to live. And then 96% of residents indicated their overall feeling of safety as either excellent or good. Again, specifically as excellent or good. When it comes to moving in the right direction, and there were some questions about this in email, I'm happy to try to answer them as well. Satisfaction ratings increased or stayed the same in 16 of 93 areas since 2022 and 41 of 69 areas since 2023. And those are specifically looking at both service areas as well as specific satisfaction questions that we ask within our surveys. And you all should have received an email earlier today with the full list of what those look like. I believe it's on pages Roman numerals 5 and 6, or in that area within your binder. That gives you the brief overview, but you have the full list now in your emails as well.
I'm going to follow up on Lydia's emails.
Yes.
She's got something in her mouth. But the mathematical reaction to this of 16 of 93 is that, is it possible that 82% of our satisfaction ratings declined? If 16 out of 93 stayed the same or increased, my math is 82% declined.
Yes. Right.
That sounds pretty dramatic.
So the way that I would frame this as well is that we do have a margin of error to keep in mind. And so what when I did the results, and again, this will be in your inboxes as well, when looking and taking into account that margin of error, there are approximately 29 out of the 93 that fell outside of that range on the negative side. So the most negative, the bottom two were about 9.4% below 2022 targets, and those two were availability of recreation indoor facilities and the quality of leadership provided by elected officials.
Yeah, what's the number? You said once you back out margin of error. How many left?
29 total.
Okay, and are you giving us a list of those in
Yes.
rank order?
Those are, yes, ma'am. They are in your inbox right now. And so you'll see them, they're listed from positive all the way down through the negative.
When you pull out the margin of error, do you pull it out both ways?
You can, yes.
Is that what you've done?
Yes. So as I mentioned, and I believe I mentioned in the email, I'm happy to repeat it now, that there were 2 that were outside the margin of error on the positive side. Out of those 16, there were 14 of them fell within that 3.7%. The 2 of them were the West Pinehurst Park satisfaction regarding specific example of being disc golf, and then adult recreation programs. They were both above 3.7%, but the only real, and I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but the only real, what ETC would call a significant finding of a greater than 5% increase was the West Pinehurst Park satisfaction.
So, I mean, obviously, yes, the margin of error is something that we should consider. Still, there's a, when you look at the overall result, there's a downward trend here that we should be, I think, focusing on. I think Matt has had the opportunity to engage the folks at ETC, and they have observed that the national averages came down a little bit this year.
That's important.
I don't know to what
note.
degree, and I don't know how that compares, and we're not an average community, so, you know, there's something in the mood. I think a lot of it has to do with divisiveness and people that are polarizing on sides of issues. And we see that happen in our community as well.
What was the satisfaction ratings in the last few years on this? If you take this year's decline was 82%. Forget about the margin of error for the moment. What would it look like for the last 3 years that we went through? Is it the same and I missed it, or is it?
The majority, in previous years, we had a pretty long string of years where, this is, I'm thinking anecdotally, but where the majority of the results were either the same or better.
Right. But that's why this sticks out so much. I don't recall numbers like this in the past, but I'm asking. that's all.
And off the top of my head, I do not have those numbers.
You can put them together. to
Yeah,
see
yes,
it.
so we have them within the
Yeah,
surveys.
that'd
I'm
be
happy to pull
great.
those together. And so, and those are from 2022 to 2023. When you're looking at from 2013 to 2023, those longer term trends, there are approximately 13 that fall on that negative side as well. So I presented to you all the 41 of the 69 areas since 2013, but there are approximately, like I said, 13 that fall outside of it on that negative side as well. Overall community priorities, this is what ETC has provided for us as what they believe our community priorities should be, and it is the same as 2022. Efforts at maintaining the quality of neighborhoods, the enforcement of village code and ordinances, and the level of public involvement in local decisions.
Just to clarify things, what they're calling overall community priorities are where we've got our lowest grades. Is that right?
It's both. It's actually an importance and satisfaction matrix in which they use. So we do ask the.
I saw the
yes.
matrix, yeah. Okay.
So it's not just their satisfaction. It's also how important they rank that and how much it matters to them.
A combination of low satisfaction and high importance gets you on this list.
Yes.
Well, look at, okay, well, we do what we can to maintain the quality of neighborhoods. We definitely do what we can to enforce codes and ordinances. And you've got a level of public involvement in local decisions. I mean, it seems like we give the public every opportunity to be involved in local decisions.
Well, we can have these conversations.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
Exactly.
to some
I- I-
degrees, people, it's not that they didn't have the opportunity to get involved, it's they didn't like the result.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
One item that's not on this list right now, but it's because, again, it's hot off the presses, we usually include benchmark analysis in here as well. And so I do have that Pinehurst rate significantly higher, which is 5% or more, is how ETC Institute considers significant. 5% or higher than the Atlantic regional average in 42 out of the 45 areas in which we compare ourselves with as well.
And was
So-
that in your executive summary?
It's in the new executive summary,
thanks.
yes. Yes, the new and revised.
Right.
So, but I point that out as again, anecdotally, talking with ETC Institute, they have been seeing this downward trend when it comes to satisfaction. When I received the results there saying that, although we are seeing a downward trend in some, that we're still significantly higher than the Atlantic regional average in 42 or 45 areas, it also says to me that there may be some potential that's where we're seeing that overall, that other people are also seeing these satisfaction levels decreasing over time. So, moving on, perceptions of the village. So, there's a lot of color here, so I'm going to orient you all with this real quick, and then we will, and it pretty much flows going down. So the greens are excellent, yellows are good. For this purpose, I broke out the neutrals as well. That's the brown. Dark blue is below average, and then the light blue is poor. And so, starting from the top to the bottom, I've tried to orient yourself here. The 96% overall, if you're counting excellent goods and neutrals, or dealing with overall feeling of safety. Again, that comes with the number that we were just looking at here, or sorry, excellence and goods. 93% say that they're satisfied with Pinehurst as a place to retire, 94% as a place to live, etc. For my purposes and for the purposes of this conversation, I just wanted to point out the three lower areas here for these purposes right now. Looking at availability of affordable housing, the quality of new residential development, and the quality of new commercial development are, when looking at excellence or goods, are at the lower end of about 44 or 42 to 47%. Of course, again, there's a large neutral element here, but there is a stark difference from the data when it comes to those satisfaction levels in those three areas.
The greatest overall dissatisfaction is with the availability of affordable housing,
Yes,
right?
absolutely. Yes, yes, sir. And even the greatest, and then the second and third one are also those other two elements as well about development. Yes.
And as to quality of new residential development, We've talked about how subjective that is. Styles change, and somebody may not like the appearance.
Means a lot of different things, to
Well,
different people. Yeah.
This whole thing is subjective.
It's the opinion of the person, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also a point in time. I didn't state that before, but it's also a point in time in which they took that survey. All right, so at the time in which they sat down to do this survey, these are the results. So the next slide here is looking at reasons to stay in Pinehurst. And so just to draw your attention, I put the top 5 reasons here because you're going to see that carry over into the next slide. And I've broken it down into important. They're not sure if it's important as a reason to stay or it's unimportant to them. And the top 5 reasons are safety and security, quality health care, quality of housing, low property tax, and types of housing.
So the same respondents who rated extremely low the availability of affordable housing have turned around and told us that their reason for staying is very high, 97% for the quality of housing and 96% for the types of housing. So
Reconcile
we
that,
need to
please.
talk to the people who write these surveys. I mean, what do you say to that question?
You ever look at these results and you see inconsistencies like we see
Oh,
inconsistent?
absolutely.
It depends on what question you ask and how you ask it. You get
It
different
depends on how you ask it,
answers.
yes.
Yeah.
People, I mean, I did the survey, and I remember, you flip the pages there, and you think a minute, and you fill it out, and you've gone from, boy, this quality is awful here, and then you go to the next one. It's a reason I'm going to stay here.
I mean, and it can be, and again, I mean to be prescriptive, but it could also be very simply, somebody could say the types of housing that's currently here is really nice, and I really like the types of housing, and I'm really not a fan.
Can't afford it.
Yeah, or I can't afford it, or I'm not a fan of the new stuff that's coming in. Oh gosh. So it really just depends on how they frame the responses when they're answering the question.
If you go, I'm jumping ahead of you, but number 3 on are your needs being met? Number 3, the quality of housing.
So skipping ahead to the next, are your needs being met? So again, I basically took those top 5 that you saw, the reasons to stay, and then I said, okay, if that's their 5 reasons to stay, are those needs being actually met currently within Pinehurst? And you can see where 1 through 5 is located here. Again, types of housing is right now at approximately 87% when it comes to needs actually being met. So just to Pat's point of highlighting that. But you can kind of see that there is a little bit of a difference between the top 5 reasons to stay versus whether or not those needs are being met. And there's a potential there to better understand if some areas need to be focused on or addressed moving forward within our strategic planning process.
Are your needs being met? Why are the ones 1, 2, 3, 4, why are they in boxes when those numbers aren't?
Because they are the 5 that are, these are the top 5 reasons to stay in Pinehurst.
Okay.
And so then bringing that question next is asking, well, of all these are reasons that you want to stay in Pinehurst. Are they actually being met within the village of Pinehurst? So as you can see, those top 5 are not in the top 5 list of those needs being met. So there are potential opportunities there to be able to look at when it comes to areas to focus on in the future. Overall satisfaction with village services. The green here is looking at very satisfied, satisfied, or neutral, and the yellow is looking at dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. So another way of looking at this is to say, the green is not dissatisfied, and the yellow are those that are dissatisfied in some way. And so as you can see, again, fire services, parks and recreation programs, customer service provided by village employees, top 3 ranked there, followed by parks and rec facilities and police services. And then bringing your eye a little bit further down, some of these elements you've kind of seen already, talking about the level of public involvement in local decisions. It's the 3rd lowest at 87%. Village efforts at maintaining quality of neighborhoods is 85%, and then enforcement of village codes and ordinances at approximately 85% as well. When asking residents about perceptions of safety and security, again, overall, I would say that they are quite high. Again, looking at very safe, safe, or neutral. And again, I think for the most part, this kind of follows general logic as well, is that walking alone in your neighborhood after dark is the lowest at approximately 91.5%, followed by in the business areas in the village after dark at approximately 96%, and then it increases there looking at business areas during the day. But all of them are over 91%. When asking the question of would you recommend Pinehurst as a place to live, we have both the short-term trend here and the long-term trend here. So in 2023, it was at 91%. In 2022, it was at 93%. In 2013, 93%. So overall, pretty stable numbers when it comes to recommending Pinehurst as a place to live. We also asked residents about the value they receive, the satisfaction of the value they receive with a portion of their property taxes that funds the village's operating services. And as you can see here, approximately 92.5% that said that they were very satisfied or neutral, with approximately 7.5% dissatisfied.
What does the pie chart look like if you broke out the 5 categories? Can you provide me with that later?
I can, yes.
Yeah.
Let me make a note of that real quick.
We have 5 categories, and we bundled them into 2. And I'd just like to see what the pie looks like.
complete pie chart.
5 different categories of satisfaction?
Yeah, very satisfied, neutral, dissatisfied, or very dissatisfied.
That for you.
Thank you.
We're going to move into village direction. So as I mentioned earlier, there was one element of an increase of more than 5% since 2022, and that was at West Pinehurst Park satisfaction at 7.8%.
You've got, for example, disc golf, but people walk their dogs out there, they do archery out there. I don't know how many activities.
Yes, we just put that as an
there.
example for people to think of, but that's how we word it on the survey. But you're absolutely right. There are many other services that are provided out there, or opportunities out there, I would say.
No services provided.
Yes,
Just the
just
land.
be very clear on how I frame that. So when we look at overall satisfaction trends with the village, because this goes back to 2013, we've removed the neutrals from this. So that's why it looks a little bit different from the other ones here. But just to orient yourself, the green is the very bottom of each one is 2023, the yellow, the middle one is 2022, and then the red is long-term 2023. And as you can see, as Jeff has alluded to and I've talked about as well, we've seen some fluctuations from 2022 to 2023. Overall, though, I would point out that village efforts at maintaining quality of your neighborhood, you can see, for instance, 2013 was at 70%, 2022 was at 66%, and it's down to about 64.8% in 23. An element for consideration. Also, the promotion of natural resource conservation, so we can see both long-term and short-term, there's a little bit of movement there as well. The overall, though, as you can see at the very top, fire and police services, our public safety services are continue, and this is something that we've seen year over year, the high satisfaction trends with their services as well, followed closely behind by solid waste services, in case Mike is still sitting behind me.
The level of public involvement in local decisions it looks like the biggest disparity between 2022 and 2023.
Yes.
So that does, once again, whatever the reason.
It is something to be mindful of. And I will say, as again, you could see in 2013, it was at 40%. So it is not at the low of our long-term trend, but it is a significant drop. It's approximately 8%. Or 7.5% from the previous year. All right, make sure I don't skip anything here. All right, looking at ourselves benchmarked against other communities.
Hey, before we go on here, Pat, I don't think this completely answers your question, but there is a slide in the overall presentation. I guess it's page 49. And it shows that 74% either answered very satisfied or satisfied.
That property taxes?
Yeah, with satisfaction with the value you receive from your property taxes.
Yes, so I will be, to be mindful, because I've provided you all with the new pages, that some of the numberings may be off, but I believe it should line up for this question.
Yeah, Pat's on the right page there.
The top of your page?
U28, yeah.
So as I mentioned before, and now before I go on, I just want to make sure, we ready to move on? Okay, just me, thank you. So again, as I mentioned, we received our benchmark data today, so I wanted to make sure we were able to provide it for you. The 2023 National High Benchmarks here, specifically looking at communities under 30,000. And so there were 3 areas that we were national high benchmarks. So and this reflects, when you look in your binders, there's a performance range chart section. This is basically saying that we were at the high end of that performance range section in 3 areas, specifically residential trash collection services at 96%, Pinehurst as being a place to retire at 93%, and then landscaping and medians and other public areas at 93%. And anecdotally, I will say that when I was updating the slide, there were a couple of other ones from last year that fell off this year as being a national high benchmark, and they were within 1 or 2 percentage points. So still, in many ways, very high. But because they didn't hit that high mark, they're not on this slide. So looking at overall satisfaction with village services, here Pinehurst is in the red at the top, followed by Mid-Atlantic in the yellow, and then the U.S. in green. The general takeaway from this is that Pinehurst continues to be a high-performing organization relative to the benchmark communities, both regionally and nationally. And so, again, fire and police services are at the top with the highest percentage of satisfaction, followed by solid waste services. But even when, to Mr. Pizzella's point earlier, asking about level of public involvement with local decisions, yes, it is quite a decrease from the previous year, about 7.5%. However, when looking at ourselves compared to others, we are seeing that these numbers are quite low overall, both regionally and nationally. Now, when looking at the satisfactions with issues that may influence perceptions of the village, we're looking at overall feeling of safety as a place to live, overall image, overall place to retire. As I mentioned, that's one of the high national benchmarks, high benchmarks. And then as a place to raise children, again, Pinehurst is in red, followed by Atlantic in the U.S. Again, similar results as we just saw previously. Again, overall high marks relative to our peer communities in these ranges. Again, peer communities in the sense of population. We do have, and this may be a good point to mention, as many of you know, during our strategic planning retreats, we do provide other benchmarks on what we consider to be our peer communities, in which we take more than just population into account. So similar services, high-performing organizations like ourselves, et cetera, so that those numbers will change a little bit. But for these purposes, this is what we have. Now, when looking at public safety services, again, here the top number, 87% or almost 88%, how quickly fire personnel respond to emergencies, followed by how quickly police respond to emergencies. Both high numbers relative to to the benchmarks, followed by efforts to prevent crimes, enforcement of traffic laws, as you can see. The only one that I'll mention here is the frequency that police officers patrol your neighborhood. It did fall slightly below, about 1%, about 1% below the Atlantic region, and pretty anomalous there. But it's it's something that is of note, as it does not follow the trend compared to the other.
There's a reason for it. We staff to the requirement, and we're a low crime community. And because we staff to that low crime requirement, there are fewer officers out there patrolling.
Yes.
And when they see hot spots, they shift their resources.
And yes, and to that point, this is the perception of versus the rationale. So yes.
Right.
We're also still within margin of error.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. So next, looking at transportation and public services, overall satisfaction, and I want to make sure I skipped that one. There we go. So again, looking at these, generally maintenance of village street thoroughfares incredibly high compared to our benchmarks. Street signs and pavement maintenance, again, higher than those. The one adequacy of street lighting, and this one actually caught my eye this year. I do not have it broken down yet in front of me based off of neighborhoods. We do have that information, and we will be providing that for you as we do during the strategic planning retreat. But if my memory serves me, adequacy, that this number is lower than what it has been. And so it stuck out to me personally. So it's something that I'm going to continue looking at, and that we'll make sure to, if we need to talk about it during the strategic planning retreat, it will be there.
It's always been something we've scored low on, but I don't know how this compares.
Yeah, off the top of my head, it's lower than what I was expecting, but yeah.
What is the one that bothers you most, the last one?
No, I wouldn't say bothers me. I just said it just surprised me relative to the results. But again, that off the top of my head, that was the one that caught my attention. I don't have the other numbers in front of me right now.
One of those that we'll never really fully understand.
Yes.
Because when we look at that by neighborhood, we're going to find out that Pine Wild has 100% satisfaction. They don't have a single.
They are very satisfied with that. I will say that when I was new here to the village, that was the one that caught me. That was really funny when I saw that. Because that first question I said is, something's going right in Pine Wild, and this is why they don't have any. So.
Well, it's a very well-run
Yeah.
community.
So the next one, looking at code enforcement, and enforcing cleanup and litter was the high number at 60.7% on private property specifically, followed by enforcing and mowing and cutting of weeds and grass on private property, and then finally enforcing sign regulation. So again, from my memory, these are relatively similar and stable to what I've noted in the past couple of years. And again, relative to our peers in this group, they are higher. This is perhaps a good point to also mention that we do have that as you all know, a halftime FTE focused now, additional halftime FTE focused on code enforcement issues as well. That has come online within the last month or two as well. Next, looking at solid waste services, residential trash collection services at almost 96%. I think that is just a very high number. Yard waste collection services also high at 92.4%, followed by curbside recycling services at approximately 89.
Does Southern Pines use ETC?
They do not.
Okay. Just curious if they answered these questions. Okay, thank you.
They apparently hear about how well we do, so.
Yes.
No, we sent a video of me just presenting these to you for them to view. So the overall satisfaction with communication, and this is specifically talking about communication from village services, from the village as a whole. So as you can see, quality of information about village programs and services at 71%. It's approximately 20% higher than our Atlantic and region and U.S. partners, or peers, sorry, benchmark groups. Village efforts to keep you informed about local issues at 66.7%. The village website at about 68%, followed by village social media at approximately 59%. Now, overall satisfaction with village leadership. We have overall effectiveness of the village manager and appointed staff is approximately 58.4%. And again, as you can see, compared to our Atlantic and U.S. benchmark communities are about 41 and 38%. And then when it comes to overall quality of leadership provided by village's elected officials, we're at approximately 45% that were overall satisfied with that question, compared to about 38% in both the Atlantic and national benchmarks. I'm looking at other findings. Here, and Pat, you alluded to this earlier in the comments during the library discussion, but the question of have you used library and archive services in the past year? Approximately 39% said that they had.
Why doesn't it add up to 100%?
Sorry?
Why doesn't it add up to 100%? Every other chart does.
Why doesn't it?
61.2 and
Well,
38.8.
It says
it does.
31.2 in ours.
Oh, yes, sorry. I have had to make an update on that.
Oh, what is the update?
On the screen in front of you, 61.2%.
Pat, I saw the same thing.
Yes,
Oh, okay. I was looking on my.
yes.
All right. Well, that makes
And
sense. That
we were
dovetails
moving and
with-
shaking today on these, and so I had caught that last minute.
No problem. I just.
You baited him.
I'm sorry?
You baited him.
Yeah, exactly right. So,
Well, it's the only one to stop at. Everything else adds to 100%. What are you going to do?
yes, so 39% said that they had used library and archive services in the past year, the library, and then about 20% said the archives. The one thing I did want to mention that was a part of the discussion earlier, and again, I have no data in front of me to be able to quantify this, but the one thing that we do ask within these surveys is to say, you as the person, what is your opinion? How do you utilize these services? And one of the things that could potentially happen is the undercounting the undercounting essentially of those under the age of 18 within a household. And so, for instance, a person could say, yes, I've used a service, right? But in fact, what they've done is that they've used their service and their child or their children have used the services as well, and it would be counted as one because it's, again, within that one category. That doesn't happen a lot within these questions, but I do think it is something of note when it comes to asking questions specifically that may have a population targeted to a group that's under the age of 18 that would not actually be filling out the survey. We don't ask them, have you or someone within your household used, or visited the given library? And that may yield different results. Same with the archives.
On any question, we don't send the survey to someone in the.
No, I agree, but I'm
Yes,
saying
sir.
most
Yeah.
questions, we don't have a population that's dedicated.
It's maybe even more clear if you state it the other way. You might get a response from whoever filled out the survey in a household that they don't, but somebody in their household does.
As well, yes.
Yeah, well.
Absolutely, but I agree. I just thought it was of note as we were talking about children's services and those young adult services, that there may be some undercounting associated with this. Again, I don't have that to say that it's true. It's just something to be mindful of.
Right.
Now, when it comes, we do ask that if you have used those services, how satisfied were you with those? So of those 38.8%, given Memorial Library, 91% were very satisfied, or neutral when it came to satisfaction with their services. And then when it came to the 20% approximately of those who attended or visited the Tufts archives, approximately 98.5% said that they were satisfied.
Looking at that data, we should just stay where we are. I mean, everybody is off the charts of how happy they are and satisfied with the services they receive. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying that's an indication. These are the users, and they're happy. They're not only happy, they're ecstatic.
They are happy with the services that they
are.
receive from those.
They are, because they receive good services. When you go there, I get good services.
And it's just the people that are using it now.
Yeah, that's right. That's the users, the people who are users.
Yeah.
And to be able to,
If they weren't satisfied, they probably wouldn't be going there.
They might not, but
this would be one that would be helpful to see the breakdown between the very satisfied, or neutral in there too.
oh, good point.
I can provide that for you. Now, when we look at public communication and outreach, okay, here we go. So again, looking at very satisfied, and neutral combined as one within the green, and then dissatisfied or very dissatisfied in yellow, the village website is the highest satisfaction at 94%, followed by the village newsletter, and then our online engagement portals. When it comes to looking at those that had the highest dissatisfaction, I'm just going to look at the bottom three because they're all over 10%. Opportunities to participate in local government had a 90% satisfaction, compared to village efforts to keep you informed about local decisions at approximately 87%, and then the same approximate 87% for communities' progress towards meeting a strategic vision and mission.
Those are great results for all of those, and really, they're very close to the same thing, same result for all of those.
Yeah.
But how in the world do we measure community's progress toward meeting its strategic vision and mission? I wonder how many people in the public really know what our strategic vision and mission are. I'm thrilled they're happy with it, but
That would be an interesting one to
We're
see.
pretty
How-
good at-
How many were neutral also
We're
there?
pretty good at communicating what our mission is, and what our vision is. Strategic vision, I think, it would come down to the degree to which they understand what our comp plan calls for, and
yeah,
I don't know.
I like the result, but
Yeah, I didn't see the survey, but if I were writing the survey question, I would end up saying, the Village of Pinehurst strategic vision is blah, 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 blah.
How well do we do?
How well
that?
do we measure? Okay, the mission is, okay, and then do it. But again, I didn't see the survey. I don't seem to get the survey. I'm not like a yearly participant. I'm not sure how that works, but.
Well, you either get it in the mail or you can go online, am I right?
it's in here.
No,
The
you
survey
can't, you
instruments.
can't.
Can't go online. You have to receive
No
it.
more. So you just had to get it in the mail. Well, okay.
You're living in the right house.
Gotcha.
So I
Came
will
from
say,
me, not my mother-in-law.
Jeff, even though you did not receive one in the mail, you do have one in the tabular results tab behind you right there in case you
But you can't send it in.
can't send it in.
And I didn't go through all those questions, but I did see it. Thank you.
Yeah. Just didn't want to leave you out. So the next one, looking at experiences with village employees, again, specifically working with village staff here. We broke it out as, looking at your experience where the village staff was courteous always, usually, sometimes, seldom, or never. And we use those categories across all four questions here. But as you can see, approximately 96% said usually or always when it came to village staff was courteous. Looking at about 93%, looking at village staff was competent. Village staff was responsive to my needs, again, is approximately about 89%. And then at the bottom there, my issue was resolved promptly. And that one was about 72%, again, based off of their experiences.
We have no idea of which department they're making reference to, right?
This is an overall question, overall experience.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's curious to me. You look at, that's a very, that bottom result is catching my eye. That's a total of, the seldoms of never, and never is close to 14%?
Yes.
So, I mean, if you extrapolate that across our population, that's
Where is that?
like 2,300 people.
And who resolves issues?
I don't know that we get contacted by that many people in the.
I don't think it's the amount of people. It says my issue was resolved promptly. So if you had 100 issues that came over the year, that means that you've got 14 of them, actually 15 of them, no, 14.
No, it is people. These are respondents. This is households.
My issue is resolved prompt, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. But I guess to have that, they would have had to have submitted an issue to them, right?
That's where the numbers aren't, I'm trying to
See where-
reconcile the numbers with what I would expect to be the number of residents that actually do contact us with an issue.
Again,
I
but these
think-
are
I think-
I'm so sorry to interrupt. But these are of respondents who had an opinion.
But it's a representative sample, a statistically
Yeah,
valid.
right. So if you didn't have an opinion, it probably because you didn't contact. So
Exactly.
we'd have to compare this to how many didn't have an opinion or how many did have an opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I still think it's worthwhile taking a peek at that because it is a little higher than you would expect overall. in the sense of the percentage of it.
Have a national benchmark to compare on that question?
Not that not in front of me as
No,
as
no,
of this
but check
moment.
with ETC. Maybe we're right in the middle. I just don't know.
The other thing, there's a lot of data that we look at all the time, and another one that we look at all the time is how well we do in closing out our MyVOP tickets on time, and it's like above 95%. We just looked at that this morning, I think. So we need to work to understand.
That's
this
another
better.
reason to drill down on this one. If that's the answer on MyVOP.
Which is where most of our complaints are coming in, so.
And that's not a survey. Those are actual results
Yeah.
of actions.
Right.
So stronger.
Well, I think that, so what this might be saying is, again, we closed out the ticket in accordance with our ordinances, but they didn't like the result.
I was about to mention, it is also how they define the term prompt. We
Yeah.
are asking them if they.
My issue was resolved promptly. It could be that we're being confronted with issues that aren't violations of our ordinances.
But on the positive side, staff was courteous during that time.
Yeah.
and competent, so, but I do understand. There are no benchmarks specifically to that question within the ETC report. I can go back and look and see if we have any other benchmarks that may be related to that. And then last, but certainly not least, satisfaction with Pinehurst compared to previous residences. Green is significantly better or better, yellow is the same, and then red is worse or significantly worse. And overall, you can see incredibly high numbers that it's the same or better across overall quality of life, overall quality of village services, and then customer service provided by village employees. So in summary, again, we've discussed this already a little bit, but we do have high positive perception of the village, and I highlighted to there that 94% rate Pinehurst as an excellent and great place to live, 96% have an overall feeling of safety as either excellent or good. There are elements in which we are moving in the right direction, as we've highlighted the 16 that we have.
I'm just going to question whether the heading on the village is moving in the right direction is substantiated by that 82% decline. I don't know if it wouldn't bring me to have that heading there.
Understood.
Just my opinion.
We are moving in the right direction compared to our long-term from 41 out of 69. And then overall community priorities, as I mentioned earlier, are the same as 2022, looking at efforts at maintaining the quality of neighborhoods, enforcement of code and ordinances, and the level of public involvement. And I will mention, again, that's not on the slide, that when compared to our Atlantic regional averages, we are 5% or higher, significantly higher, so 5% or more in 42 out of 45 areas in which we benchmark, and that is in your executive summary as well. As I wrap up here, I just want to mention that more information will be coming during the strategic planning retreats, which will begin for village staff in mid-November and then culminating into the pre-retreat with you all at the beginning of December and mid-December. And then the business plan presentation is currently scheduled for October 10th. I know that you all received those copies in your mailbox today, and so I'll be back to present those.
One question. When you said more information will be coming, what do you mean by that?
Usually during that time, we have time we show segmentation of the survey results, so by neighborhood, as well as other environmental scan information.
I get it. I get it. I didn't know.
And that comes in the pre-retreat notebook, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get it.
If I'm here.
I didn't quite know what you meant. I get it.
I'll mention this to you all as well as to those in the audience, that the community survey, the full community survey now that we've received, as well as the business survey, are available online on our website and are available for review.
I mentioned this earlier. The community surveys and the strategic operating plans are on our website, and you can go back, I don't know how many years. Okay, and so if you're curious about something, you can just click that button and you can look back 10 years and see something, which I find very helpful. And there's a lot of consistency to the results and all, but if anyone's listening out there, the data is there for those sort of strategic performance measurements. It's current, and it goes back quite a few years.
With that being said, I'm happy to answer any other questions that you all may have.
I don't have any questions, excuse me, but I do want to say that, especially when you're looking at the benchmarking data, there's a lot in there that our staff needs to be proud of, okay? There's been a lot of good work that's going on, and demonstrates that we have talented staff, we have people that are caring, and people that are working hard. And so I know that there's not a whole lot of staff here right now, but certainly Jeff and Doug, let your folks know that this is good stuff. And thank you for your efforts, and thank you for the service to Pinehurst.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. That takes us to other business.
I do have something.
Go ahead.
News of Phase 5 has come out, and there's a fair amount of consternation out there about Phase 5, and there are calls for village councils to stop development. And I would just like to discuss now what council can and cannot do, what the planning board can and cannot do. And you know, what I have come up with myself is it's zoned R30, and they're going to be R30. And that, where I just need some help is, it's been determined that they comply with our development ordinance and our ESSM. Is there anything else that project conforms with? I want the public to understand that village council, that all the boxes have been checked satisfactorily with the
The
developer.
78 lots, is this the 78 lots?
I think so.
Is that about right? Okay, I just want to be sure I was remembering.
Yeah,
what
but there are people that think that we can stop it, and the only time we have any say is if it's a conditional result. There are various things where we have a say, but when a project comes in and it conforms with the zoning and all of our ordinances and ESSM and anything else, and I don't know what else I'm missing, but I want the public to understand that if planning has made that determination, and our technical review committee,
Right.
then all of the boxes have been checked to the satisfaction of our staff, and council doesn't have the ability to stop a project. And if that's an overstatement, but there are people out there who are looking to us to change it or to stop it.
Yeah, thank you for that. It might be helpful to remind everybody that there are three types of decisions that can be made with regard to development: administrative, legislative, and quasi-judicial. All right.
Okay?
Quasi-judicial is a whole special category of things that we generally, past councils have generally restricted potential requirements for the council to have to entertain those types of decisions. But they are purely fact-based, and it's done by sworn testimony, right? This is not one of those. Legislative decisions are decisions where the council has a fair amount of discretion and can apply preferences and reason to their decisions, right?
The Lodge was one of those, right?
Sorry?
The Lodge and the Village
The
Chapel
Lodge-
edition?
Well, the Lodge was, yes, it was legislative because it was a conditional district.
And Village Chapel, the addition, I think we could impose or some special,
That was a conditional district as well, to my recollection.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is, to my knowledge, the developer has not come forth asking for us to change the zoning to a conditional district, which would make it a legislative decision.
okay?
Then there's administrative, and administrative decisions are decisions where, as you described, as long as you meet the specifications that are in the development ordinance and other requirements like our ESSM, and you've met all the requirements of all those other agencies out there that we bring together in the technical review committee, then it's a by right situation.
Which means they have the right to develop that property
Right,
as.
so, and we've had conversations with the council in the past about The fact that our development ordinance requires subdivision approval to come to council creates this confusion that you're describing.
Okay?
Because it is an administrative decision and could be done by staff. And if it was done by staff, it would be more apparent that it is an administrative decision, as long as you meet the requirements. But because the language in our ordinance requires these major subdivision approvals to come to council instead, it creates this misperception that you all can stop it,
Okay.
even though it might meet all of the requirements of our ordinance.
Well, and you just said a key word, it creates the misperception.
Yeah.
Because the perception is out there that we can stop it or change it. And I wanted to have discussion now because that's on the calendar, I think, for next week.
Well, I guess that's
For
what confuses me. I have not heard from anybody on this topic, and so,
Oh, maybe 'cause
but it's coming, what you're saying is it's coming to the council next week.
No, P and Z.
Oh, P and Z.
Well, we're trying to line up a special, hey, look who's here.
Oh. We're not ready for public comments yet, if that's what you're here for.
John, you want to grab that seat? Yeah.
Welcome back.
We're talking about Phase 5 and it,
All right.
oh, okay.
Help me understand this part. It's going to P and Z Thursday, or whenever. They do have a meeting this Thursday.
I think what I heard was we're trying to coordinate a special P and Z meeting for that project. Oh, is it? Okay.
All right. Well,
I may be confusing it with something else.
after P and Z is through with it, does it come to us?
Yes.
That's where the
if they
that's where the
recommend-
misperception is.
No, well, no,
The misperception is that
We can do something.
that you could say no, even if it meets all of our.
But what I'm saying, the
development requirements.
misperception is, if we can't say no, then why is it coming to us?
Well-
If I'm a resident, I don't know anything about the issue.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it's coming to you. Why don't you do something? I said, well, we're not allowed to do anything.
Yeah.
So that's the misperception.
Yeah, it's the same misperception we've described, I think.
Yeah, I think the public will be coming to P and Z thinking that their public input will change the course of that project. And Jeremy or whomever is sharing the meeting will explain that. But like I said, I wanted to have a discussion now because there are people out there who are thinking that the project can be changed or stopped or whatever by the Village of Pinehurst, be it P and Z or us. Okay, well, thank you. Pat, do you have any questions?
Other business. No? Do we, unless the mayor has some other business? Okay. Are there comments from attendees? Yes? Colette, please, any others, Shannon, or is that it? Oh, I think I saw, she was left a while ago, didn't she? Teresa, I forget her last name. Yes, Teresa Johns is left, so Colette, it's yours.
Colette Klinsky, 25 Queens Court. Fortunately, I am only going to take 3 minutes or less. At a recent advisory committee meeting, I approached the subject of political signage on private property for not just 2023 elections, but 2024 election. When I ran for office, I believe I remember being instructed no signs until 45 days before election and removed 7 days after. Jeff Sanborn says signage is free speech and essentially posted on private property at any time. If a written ordinance states such for Pinehurst, I would like to see it published so all political candidates are aware of and on the same page for 2024 election. If not durational limits exist, then I can only imagine the tacky appearance of the proliferation of campaign signs on private property during the 2024 U.S. Open. Maybe there are those who wish to downgrade Pinehurst's aesthetic and find that acceptable. That being said, I would like to call to attention the the free speech advocate, a Supreme Court decision. Like zoning was addressed in the 1920s, political signage was addressed in 2015 in the Reed versus Gilbert. I am not a lawyer, but it appears to clarify that municipalities may impose content-based restrictions on signage. An ordinance or regulation may set reasonable content-neutral limits on non-commercial speech, including political signage on private property, including size, number, location, and duration. Justice Clarence Thomas implied regulation related to when an event is to occur is permissible, and a time period applied to a campaign season. In this case, 60 days. That was the Reed versus Gilbert. Also, North Carolina Planned Community Act opines on flags and political signage as follows. Even when political signs are permitted, they should be 45 days prior and 7 days after an election on members' property. Again, not a lawyer, but reading both documents in entirety, it appears political signs are meant to be influence and possibly incite rather than inform as commercial signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who cares to speak? Okay. Well,
I move to adjourn the regular meeting.
thank you.
Second.
All say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Shall we go right to the work session? Is everybody all right with that?
Yeah.
All righty, let us proceed.